The Blood That Binds by Sridas. Read by Chaz Burns. Part 1. Chapter 1. The cellar air, a living entity of cold and damp, pressed in from all sides, a constant, abrasive touch against exposed skin. It seeped into the man's bones, a pervasive chill that mocked the last vestiges of warmth within him, a chill that seemed to emanate from the very stone itself. The flagstones beneath his bare feet were a torture of icy, unyielding grit, each tiny shard a needle point of discomfort against his tender soles. He registered the sensation with a detached part of his mind, as if his body were already a separate entity, a vessel for a pain that transcended mere physical sensation. The smell of mildew and stagnant water, heavy and cloying, mingled with the faint coppery tang that was becoming synonymous with his terror. It was the scent of old blood, of metallic decay, and it seemed to cling to the very lining of his nose, to the back of his throat, making every shallow breath a struggle. The rough fabric of the gag, a crude knot, digging into the sensitive flesh beneath his chin, tasted of dust and despair, a dry, fibrous presence that amplified his thirst to an unbearable degree, leaving his tongue thick and swollen. He could feel the coarse weave against his lips, the rough threads scratching, a constant irritant in his heightened state. His wrist bound tightly with scratchy, fibrous rope screamed in protest, the circulation long since cut off, leaving his hands numb, heavy, and alien. He tried to flex his fingers, but they remained unresponsive, curled into useless claws, a cruel joke of his own body. Every subtle itch beneath the rough ropes, every tremor of his muscles sent a jolt of pain up his arms, reminding him of the precariousness of his suspension. He was hanging, he realized again, from a hook somewhere above, the unrelenting pressure against his spine, a constant dull ache that throbbed in rhythm with his terrified heart. His shoulders screamed, stretched taut, threatening to tear from their sockets with every small shift of his weight. His joints twisted at unnatural angles, felt as though they were being slowly dislocated, a slow, meticulous torture. Sweat, cold and clammy, prickled his scalp and ran in slow rivulets down his back, gathering in the small of his spine, each drop a chilling confirmation of his despair. He shivered uncontrollably, a deep, rattling tremor that had nothing to do with the cold, but everything to do with the terror that had taken root deep within him. His skin felt strangely hypersensitive, every nerve ending screaming in protest, picking up the slightest change in the air, the most subtle contact. The darkness, absolute and profound, swallowed all light, but amplified sound. He strained his ears, his hearing unnaturally acute in the absence of sight, every distant creak and groan of the house above him a potential harbinger of doom. From somewhere deep within the house, muffled by layers of stone and floorboards, came the faint groan of old plumbing, a distant gurgle that spoke of hidden pipes and the quiet, ceaseless workings of the dwelling. Then, a softer sound, like a mouse skittering across a distant attic floor, or perhaps just the settling of ancient timbers. He imagined, with a fresh surge of panic, what horrors might lurk just beyond the cellar walls, just out of his perception. The ceaseless drip of water, ancient and methodical, echoed from an unseen corner, each splash a miniature explosion in the suffocating silence, each drop marking the relentless dragging passage of time. Minutes bled into hours, indistinguishable. He found himself counting the drips, then losing count, then starting again, a futile attempt to impose order on the chaos. His mind, battered and fragmented, clung to intrusive memories like a drowning man to a spar, the scent of his wife's perfume, the low murmur of her voice as she read in the evenings, the warmth of his daughter's small, trusting hand in his. They were fleeting, cruel mirages, quickly swallowed by the oppressive reality of his predicament. He saw flashes, brutal and vivid, of what he knew would happen to him. Images of glistening blades and dark, flowing liquid, and his breath a strangled sob caught in his throat. These visions were so real, so visceral, that they blurred the line between thought and immediate sensation. Sleep offered no escape, only strange, dreamlike distortions where the cellar walls seemed to melt and reform, where the cold was a living thing that crawled beneath his skin, and the distant drip of water became the steady, mocking beat of his own dying heart. He fought against the pull of unconsciousness, desperate to remain present, to cling to the last shred of his own reality, knowing that to succumb would be to surrender entirely. The cellar itself seemed to breathe around him, a vast, oppressive lung of stone and earth. He could feel the slight draught, a movement of air that suggested unseen passages or cracks in the ancient foundation. The architecture, though unseen, was impressed upon his mind by touch and sound. Rough-hewn stone blocks, cold and pitted against his cheek when he swayed, a low, vaulted ceiling suggested by the echoes and the ever-present smell of damp mortar. There was a particular subtle scent, like disturbed earth, that hinted at deeper excavations, at secrets buried for centuries. He tried to construct a mental map of his prison, but the darkness was too profound, his disorientation too complete, his perceptions layered upon themselves, each terrifying sensation reinforcing the last, creating a suffocating tapestry of psychological distress, the cold, the pain, the silence, the rhythmic drip. They merged into a single, overwhelming experience. He was dissolving, slowly, piece by piece, into the darkness. Then a new sound, distinct from the cellar's natural decay, sliced through the oppressive silence. A faint sheen. And then another. And another methodical scrape of metal against stone. the precise, chilling sound of a blade being drawn across a whetstone. It came from upstairs, from the unseen world above him, a relentless, deliberate rhythm that resonated through the floorboards, vibrating through the crude hook that held him suspended, sending a fresh tremor through his already ravaged body. Each stroke was an intimate violence, a promise of what was to come, a sound that spoke of unhurried preparation, of a purpose both ancient and terrible. He tried to count the strokes, to make sense of the endless repetitions, but the numbers dissolved in his mind, replaced by a throbbing ache behind his eyes. The scraping seemed to accelerate, then slow, then stop. A pregnant pause that stretched for an eternity. He held his breath. Every muscle taut, his eyes straining for the next sound, for any sound. His heart hammered against his ribs. It came. A soft, low creak from above. The subtle protest of an old floorboard, then another, and another, slow, deliberate footsteps, each one laden with an unspoken weight, growing steadily closer. He imagined the figure unseen, moving through the house above, a predator stalking its prey with an almost meditative calm. He heard the faint, distinct squeak of leather soles against wood, a sound that resonated with intimacy. The footsteps paused directly above him. For an interminable moment he could almost feel the presence. A heavy, silent pressure emanating from a weight that seemed to press down upon his very soul. The air in the cellar seemed to thicken, to grow heavier, suffused with an unspoken dread that pulsed in rhythm with the approach. He could almost discern the subtle change in temperature, the faint scent of old fabric, of something that had been kept in darkness for too long. Then the soft, low groan of the cellar door unlatching. A sound that tore at the very fabric of the silence. A sliver of weak yellowish light, impossibly bright after the absolute darkness, cut into the gloom, revealing nothing but dancing dust and the raw, unadulterated terror reflected in his own wide, unblinking eyes. The light grew, expanding as the door swung open, revealing the outline of a figure framed against a deeper, less oppressive darkness. Huseevo. The name, a cold, hard stone in his mind, a deepening of the despair. He descended the creaking wooden steps, each tread slow. He wore old, soft shoes, the leather creaking faintly with each step, a sound that seemed to mock the beating of the man's heart. Huseevo's silhouette was imposing, strangely unhurried, as if he had all the time in the world. There was no hurriedness in his gait, no impatience, only a profound calm. He carried no torch, no lamp. The light seemed to emanate from him, or rather the terror he inspired illuminated the space around him. The air shifted with his presence, growing colder, denser, imbued with a faint scent that was both deeply unsettling and oddly familiar, a smell like forgotten iron and damp earth, yet something else, something cloying, sweet and primal. He stopped at the foot of the stairs, a silent, watchful presence, his breathing slow and even, a chilling counterpoint to the man's ragged gasps. Huseevo's shadow, long and distorted in the weak light, stretched across the rough stone walls, a looming, silent threat. Huseevo's eyes, when he finally turned, caught the faint light, glinting with an ancient, inscrutable intelligence. There was no malevolence in them, no malice, simply a profound, unsettling placidity, as if he were observing a natural process, a necessary act. He seemed to assess the man with an unnerving calm, lingering on the victim's face, on the terror that was an open book for him to read. His hands, gnarled and surprisingly delicate, moved with fluidity. He set down a small ceramic bowl, its surface gleaming faintly in the sparse light, and the soft clink resonated with unnatural clarity in the oppressive silence. His fingers, long and thin, traced the rim of the bowl for a moment, a tiny gesture of contemplation. He then reached into a worn leather satchel, a bag that seemed to belong to another century, its leather aged and supple, smelling faintly of old herbs and something indefinably earthy. He began to remove his tools. Each one was wrapped with meticulous care, a collection of knives varying in size and curvature, from a small, wickedly sharp blade no bigger than a thumb, to a long, slender instrument that seemed designed for filleting, their blades catching the light with a cold, hungry gleam. There was a long, thin needle, its point glinting, a small, curved scoop, and a blunt, heavy instrument that sent a fresh wave of nausea through the victim, an unvoiced question of its purpose hanging in the air. He lingered over each one, examining its edge, its weight, its balance, as if preparing for a delicate surgical procedure. He seemed to contemplate their purpose, their history, in a silent, ritualistic communion, his movements almost reverent. Then, from another pouch within the satchel, Huseevo produced a handful of dried herbs, pungent and strangely sweet, permeating the damp air, momentarily masking the coppery of the cellar. He crushed them between his fingers, a faint rustle of brittle leaves, releasing their essence into the space. He bent low, his body a silent curve, and with a piece of white chalk drew a series of intricate symbols on the stone floor, each line forming a complex pattern that seemed deeply potent, the faint scrape of chalk against the stone. Low words that were not English, but resonated with a primal power, fragments of an ancient Hungarian dialect, perhaps, or something even older, something whispered across centuries. Ver elit, visateres. Blood, life, return. The words, though incomprehensible, sent shivers down the man's spine, a deep, unsettling resonance, time stretched and distorted, each second a minute, each minute an hour, the ritual unfolding with terrifying slowness. He could feel the cold of the stone through his skin, the subtle vibration of the floors. As Huseevo moved, he tasted blood in his mouth, a phantom taste of what was to come, a premonition that chilled him to his core. The air, thick with the scent of herbs and stale fear with an unseen energy. When Huseevo finally approached, his movements were disturbingly gentle. His touch reverent. A large, calloused thumb brushed against the man's temple, surprisingly cool, and for a fleeting moment, a strange electric current seemed to pass through him, not painful, but profoundly unsettling. The sharpened blade came next, the longest of them glinting with a malevolent sheen as it caught the scarce light. There was a soft whisper of movement, a rustle of Huseevo's dark, worn fabric, and then a profound, aching pressure. The muffled screams began, not his own, but those of the other prisoner, the huddled shape he had glimpsed earlier, now brought into the faint light of the ritual. The sound was a desperate animal cry, a strangled protest against the inevitable, swallowed by the thick air of the cellar. Silence, a sickening, wet sound, like something tearing, then a heavy thud as the body sagged. Blood, impossibly bright in the gloom, poured into the waiting vessel, a grotesque sacrament. The coppery smell intensified, thick and overwhelming, filling his nostrils, coating his tongue. He gagged again, fighting the urge to vomit, his body convulsing, his stomach churning with revulsion and fear. As the cries died down, replaced by the soft, steady gurgle of liquid filling ceramic, Huseevo's face remained impassive, as though he were simply tending to a chore rather than presiding over an act of ultimate violation. He watched the flow with an almost scientific detachment, occasionally adjusting the vessel with a tiny, precise tilt, his fingers brushing the ceramic surface, his thoughts perhaps on the quantity required, the purity of the offering. There was no visible emotion, no flicker of satisfaction, only a profound, almost chilling focus on the task at hand. His breathing remained slow and even, a testament to his composure, his alien understanding of the moment. He moved the vessel aside, then with a smaller, hooked instrument, he carefully extracted something unseen, a soft, pulpy sound, and placed it into a separate, smaller glass jar. The man's mind reeled, trying to comprehend what unspeakable horror was transpiring. Silence descended, broken only by the distant mewing of a cat, a tiny, innocent sound from the world above. Huseevo, with the precise, unhurried movements of routine, finished his grim task. He meticulously cleaned his tools, wiping each blade with a dark, absorbent cloth before packing them away into the worn leather case, securing the straps with a soft snap. The sounds of the cleaning were almost domestic in their rhythm, a mockery of normalcy. He then collected the dark, vicious liquid, pouring it carefully into a small, stoppered glass bottle, its surface gleaming faintly, reflecting the dim light like a captured eye. He handled it with a reverence that transcended mere utility, cradling it in his hands, as if it were something sacred. There was no sign of haste, no flicker of emotion on his composed features. He secured the lid, the soft pop echoing unnaturally loud in the oppressive quiet of the cellar. His movements were a study in each gesture refined by years of repetition, by a lifetime of this macabre ritual. He ascended the creaking steps, each wooden board groaning under his weight, carrying the bottle as one might carry a sacred relic, leaving the profound cold and the lingering scent of copper to dissipate slowly behind him. From beneath the chipped porcelain of the sink, a sleek black cat emerged. She stretched languidly, her body a sinuous curve of ebony fur, her tail flicking once, twice, a silent question, a subtle invitation, her eyes luminous green gems fixed on Huseevo with an intelligent, almost knowing gaze, expecting her ritual, crossed the worn linoleum, her paws making soft, almost imperceptible steps, a tiny, graceful shadow in the dim light, her whiskers twitching faintly. Huseevo, with a faint, almost acknowledging smile playing on his lips, a fleeting curve that seemed alien to the grimness he had just left, poured fresh milk from a glass bottle into a saucer. The milk, thick and white, formed a perfect circle against its creamy surface, catching the nascent morning light. He peeled the foil cap from the milk bottle, the taste of it, faint and almost nostalgic, lingering on his tongue. "Now, my little sister," he murmured, his fingers surprisingly nimble, stroking the cat's sleek fur behind her ears, a moment of tenderness that seemed utterly out of place. "This will keep you happy, and will hopefully help mend that leg of yours." Eeshmeroosh purred, a rough, comforting vibration that seemed to fill the small kitchen. Her tail now still, her attention fixed on the saucer, her ears were pricked, listening to the soft murmur of his voice, a sound she clearly understood and trusted. "Here we go, Eeshmeroosh. Get strong and get fast. Then you can escape the fight next time, eh?" The cat, accustomed to this morning ritual, dipped its head into the saucer, lapping contentedly, a picture of feline bliss, a small tongue rasping against the ceramic. She looked up at him for a moment, her green eyes unwavering, before returning to her meal. The radio perched on a small shelf near the window crackled to life, tuned to a station playing the tinny pop music of the 1980s. A saccharine synth pop melody filled the air, a voice singing about broken hearts and endless summers. The lyrics shallow and earnest, a stark contrast to the horror that had just transpired below, grated against the quiet, creating a jarring, almost unbearable dissonance. Huseevo, seemingly oblivious to the music, or perhaps finding comfort in its mundane rhythm, watched the cat. A man tending to a beloved pet, utterly composed, utterly normal in the chilling aftermath of what had transpired below. His mind, even as he observed Eeshmeroosh, was likely already drifting to the next task, to the long, quiet hours of solitude, to the ancient purpose that dictated his life. He picked up a crumpled newspaper from the side table, its pages yellowed with age, its headlines from weeks past, and settled into a worn armchair by the window. the soft light of the morning just beginning to filter through the grimy panes, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. He unfolded the paper with a ritualistic movement, the faint rustle of the pages, another counterpoint to the distant pop song, a discordant melody of the past and the present. He adjusted his spectacles, a small private gesture, and began to read, his face a study in serene detachment. The gentle rhythmic lapping of the cat, the tinny pop music, the rustle of the newspaper, all conspired to create a sense of mundane domesticity, a chilling veil over the unspeakable acts that had just concluded in the darkness below. Chapter 2. The Silent House. Mr. Huseevo moved through the silent house as if through a deep, familiar dream. The morning light strained through grimy net curtains, laid thin, bruised strips across the worn vinyl of the kitchen. Bald, bespectacled and stout, his hand, gnarled and surprisingly deft, poured more milk into the saucer. The rhythmic gurgle echoed in the basic room. From the living room, the dull electrical din of radio static buzzed through the air. The house itself held a peculiar stillness, a timelessness that defied the milk bottle on the table. It was a space unmoored from any specific decade, breathing instead time-past air. "Now, my little Siska," he breathed, his voice a sound of curling, snake-like speech. His eyes, the color of peat, were fixed on the grey cat, coiled like a small, indifferent goddess in its worn bed beside the low-lit fire. The cat, named Eeshmeroosh, barely twitched an ear. "This will keep you happy, and will hopefully mend that leg of yours." He placed the saucer next to the cat, the ceramic clinking softly against the stone floor. The cat, a hidden shadow in the corner, lifted its head. Its golden eyes, somewhat sleepy, met his for a moment, then looked away unimpressed by the offering from her strange male subject. The sharp clatter of the letterbox shattered the quiet. Both Huseevo's and Eeshmeroosh's heads tilted, a slight adjustment like a clockwork mechanism winding. Then came the brisk peremptory knock, followed by the familiar squeak of the front door. "Cooey! Only Mrs. Crabtree with your shopping?" The voice, high and reedy, sliced through the domestic hush, preceding the woman herself like a shrill herald. Mrs. Crabtree, built like a slim but overstuffed ottoman, bustled in, her worn shopping trolley rattling behind her. "Got everything apart from the liver. Mr. Burnham says you wouldn't want this week, says it's not as rare as you like it. So, I hope you don't mind, but I got you some corned beef instead." Huseevo had, with an unnerving ease, receded behind the kitchen table, a trick of shadow and stillness that made him seem to simply dissolve. He observed Mrs. Crabtree as she chattered on, her eyes sharp and quick, snagging on the thick sheaf of £50 notes peeking from a wooden money box that had seen better days, sitting on the counter. Her eye lingered, a hunger in its depths. "I also ran into Mr. Essex outside Cooper's.
and he's given me some lovely carrots from the allotment. She edged towards a plain, unpainted door set flush with the wall beside the dresser, her hand already reaching for the knob, her voice still a loud, one-sided conversation. It was then that Huseevo reappeared, as quietly as he had vanished, a man solidifying from thin air. Mrs. Crabtree let out a startled gasp, clutching her hand to her chest, her face suddenly pale. Oh, Mr. Huseevo, you startled me." She recovered quickly, indignation flushing her cheeks. "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Crabtree," Huseevo finished, a poker face that has seen many years, his voice as smooth as polished stone. "Oh, you almost had me in a tiz, creeping up on me like that. What on earth were you doing down there?" Her eyes flicked towards the space behind the table. "Ah, feeding little Eeshmeroosh." He gestured vaguely towards the cat, who continued to lap undisturbed. "Yes, well, he should be catching mice rather than lazing about on his bed all day. If you ask me, it's unhygienic keeping that cat here. What with you and your chest, Mr. Huseevo?" Her voice tapered off, a question left hanging as Huseevo, with the same unsettling fluidity, melted back into the shadows behind the table. "Oh, there he goes again. I say, Mr. Huseevo, have you fixed your hearing aid?" He re-emerged with a blank expression. "I don't need it. And Mrs. Crabtree, my name is Huseevo. It's Hungarian, like little Eeshmeroosh here." "Yes, well, I doubt that cat has travelled any further than the bus stop outside your house, Mr. Hussey." She stopped abruptly, caught by the steady, unblinking intensity of his stare. Her words withered. "Yes, well, how that cat ever got here, let alone anywhere else, will be the death of me." Oshiva's lips curved a faint upturn that held no warmth. He looked at the cat, a possessive glint in his deep-set eyes. "Let's hope not, Baratum?" Mrs. Crabtree tutted a small dismissive sound. "My Reynolds, God rest his soul, always said that the only good cat in this world was a dead one. Is this your larder? Shall I put your tins in here?" Her hand, drawn by an irresistible pull, reached for the unpainted door again. "No!" Oshivo's voice, though still quiet, was a sudden sharp-edged command that froze her hand in mid-air. He stood, his movements surprisingly swift for his age, and blocked her path to the door. "Leave that door alone. Thank you for your shopping, Mrs. Crabtree, if there's anything else." He began to guide her gently but firmly towards the front door. Mrs. Crabtree, however, was tenacious. "Well, I don't mean to pray, and not that it's any of my business, Mr. But you shouldn't leave money hanging around on the table like this. Why don't you put it in a bank like everyone else? Mr. Fisher says his bank is very popular at the moment, what with interest rates being what they are. He looked after all of Reynolds' accounts when he was alive. God rest his soul." "Well, I'll certainly give it some thought, Mrs. Crabtree." He paused at the threshold, allowing her one last conversational foray. "And if you don't mind me saying so, why don't you get yourself a dog, rather than that mangy old cat? A good guard dog. Kill two birds with one stone, so to speak?" On the doorstep now, the cool morning air brushed against her face. "Well, certainly food for thought. Thank you for your concern." He closed the door with the quiet, decisive click, a finality that brooked no argument. From the outside, Mrs. Crabtree's voice, thin and reedy, squeezed through the letterbox. "Well, I'll see you on Tuesday for the washing then, and don't forget I can't do Wednesday to start the cleaning this week, because of my doctor's appointment. So it'll have to be next week. I do hope you cope without me." The letterbox snapped shut, and she crossed the road to the bus stop. Her small, bird-like figure joined petite Mrs. Hines, who stood waiting with a quiet grace. Her faded floral dress and worn cardigan added to her humble, nurturing presence. Both women cast a glance back at Huseevo's window. Mrs. Crabtree shook her head slowly, a dismissive gesture. "I'm just doing the Christian thing, Mrs. Hines," she was saying, her voice carrying on the breeze. "Well, you can only do your best." Mrs. Hines nodded sagely. "Reynolds used to say to always do your best. Charity begins at home, and, well, I've been here all my life, so it's my home." "Well, that's right, dear." Arm in arm, the two women receded down the street, their voices fading with the distance. Huseevo watched them, then let the net curtain fall back into place. He returned to the kitchen, poured a measure of red wine into a glass, and lifted it slightly, staring into the dark liquid, as if in a quiet, private contemplation. A soft meow came from below him, almost questioning. "Ah, little Eeshmeroosh, how I miss our homeland. Maybe one day we will return, eh?" The cat, nestled in its bed, offered a soft, contented purr in response. Later that morning, a sharp, insistent rap at the front door. Huseevo, seated in his living room, lost in the pages of an old leather-bound book, lifted his head slowly. The room was steeped in a sepia light, dust catching the beams. He sighed a soft expulsion of air, lifted his aged frame, and moved towards the window. Outside stood a young man, clean-shaven and impeccably dressed in a shirt and tie, a briefcase clutched firmly in one hand. His earnestness was almost painful to behold. Huseevo lifted the latch and opened the door. "Yes?" Huseevo asked, his voice flat. "Oh, good morning, sir. Is there any hope for the dead?" The young man's voice, bright and full of conviction, seemed out of place in the quiet, dusty street. Huseevo stared, a blank, impenetrable wall of silence. "Have you made friends with our Lord Jesus Christ?" the young man pressed, undeterred. Still, Huseevo offered nothing but his placid, vacant stare. "My name is Oliver Henderson, and I am in your neighborhood discussing the Bible with you and your neighbors." Another long, silent stare, the air growing heavy between them. Oliver Henderson shifted his weight, a faint blush creeping up his neck. "With all the horrible events happening in the world today, many wonder if God really exists or really cares about us at all." Huseevo remained impassive, an old statue. "Well, perhaps if you have a moment, we could sit and talk it over. I'd really like to get your insight." Oliver, wondering if the man was deaf or indeed dead, was about to respectfully move on to the next house. Huseevo's lips parted. Oliver waited patiently.
Perhaps you'd better come inside.
As Huseevo made way, Oliver Henderson, visibly relieved, moved past him into the narrow hall. Well, thank you. That's an interesting accent you have. Is it German? Huseevo glanced out of the open door, a quick sweep of the quiet street, before closing it with a soft thud. The click of the latch echoed, disproportionately loud in the sudden silence.
No, it most certainly is not.
In the cramped kitchen of a terraced house on the other side of town, Tracy cradled a mug of tea. Its warmth, a small comfort against the chill seeping into her bones. Steve, the epitome of strength and tightly wound, stood just outside the back door, hunched against the faint grey light of the afternoon, a cheap fag smouldering between his fingers. The door ajar allowed the faint, acrid scent of stale smoke to drift in.
It's got to be meticulously planned, Trace,
Steve said, his voice taut, each word clipped. He flicked ash onto the paving slabs.
You can't just go in there, guns blazing.
His tone was almost cajoling, a deceptive softness that belied the hard glint in his eyes.
No, Steve, I know,
Tracy agreed, her voice small, almost swallowed by the rattle of her mug on the saucer. She avoided his look.
I have Hannah with me every day at youth training. I am agreeing with you.
I don't need you to agree with me, Steve snapped, his patience fraying. I just need you to listen, all right?
Okay.
Tracy looked down at her tea, her shoulders slumping in a gesture of habitual submission, her thumb working at the chipped rim of the mug.
This is it, Trace. This is the big one. I've got to make sure he doesn't catch on.
He's a clever old bastard by all accounts. Probably why he's got so much cash stashed. His voice dropped, a sharp, conspiratorial tone.
Yeah, but how do you know the money's even in the house?
She dared only a quick, nervous glance upwards towards Steve. I have my connections. You don't need to worry your pretty little head about that. He took a long, deliberate drag from his fag, the smoke curling around his face like a ghostly serpent.
I'll get my hands on that, and I'm clear. Clear of my deck, clear of all this.
He gestured vaguely at the cramped kitchen, the small, stifling life they led. Tracy's head lifted, her eyes, wide and hopeful, sought his. A fragile dream, barely formed, flickered within them.
You'll take me with you, won't you, Steve? Like you promised. Then we could get married, like you said.
Steve threw his fag butt into the damp garden with a sudden, violent flick.
Jesus Christ, Trace, we've talked about this. Not now. No discussing all that until after the job's done.
His voice was hard, dismissive. The momentary softness evaporated.
I know, but...
No buts,
he interjected, his voice rising sharp with anger.
Do I have to keep going through this with you? You think acting like this is going to make me love you more?
He stepped back into the kitchen, crowding her space. Tracy's breath fought a desperate battle against the rising tide of tears, knowing the swift, cold retribution a single tear would invite. Her throat was suddenly raw, parched. She swallowed hard, stubbing her own cigarette into the ashtray. her eyes fixed back to the pattern of her mug. An uncomfortable silence. Steve's voice softened again, a cunning lull in the storm. He knelt, placing a hand on her knee, his thumb stroking slowly, deliberately.
And besides, you don't want to upset the boss now, do you?
No, Steve. Her voice was breaking, thin and reedy.
'Cause if you upset the boss, Trace, you and me are over. You understand?
Yes, Steve. Again, a beat of heavy silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken threats, the suffocating weight of his control. Tracy felt the insistent pressure of his hand on her knee, a subtle claim of his ownership. That's good, Trace. He rose, a faint smile touching his lips. The tempest momentarily abated. Now, make me a cuppa, love, and then pop down the shop and get me some more smokes. Tracy's gaze drifted past him, out the open door, into the grey, indifferent afternoon. Her eyes, usually quick and bright, seemed dulled, trapped, held by a quiet dismay. The fragile dream she'd clutched had splintered, leaving only the familiar ache of resignation. She knew the truth, but refused to see it.
Chapter 3. Beneath the Floor. The following morning, Mr. Huseevo was seated at his kitchen table, his small spectacles perched on the end of his nose, the aged fingers carefully smoothing a label onto a dark bottle of wine. It was a precise, absorbed task, one he performed with a quiet, concentrated intensity. When the label was affixed to his satisfaction, he rose and carried the bottle of wine to the rack, already laden with a dozen others, all identical in their dark, anonymous attire. He slotted it into place. The cat watched from its bed, golden eyes fixed on Huseevo, tracking his every move.
Later that afternoon, another knock. Huseevo, reading in his living room, glanced up, faint sigh escaping his lips from the interruption. He moved towards the window, then, slowly, to the front door. He removed his spectacles, tucking them into his breast pocket, as if shedding a layer of mild, scholarly distraction. This time it was Tracy, dressed in a muted council uniform, a sensible jacket and skirt, a folder clutched in her arms. Beside her stood Hannah, younger, similarly dressed, a badge pinned to her lapel.
Yes? Oh, hello, Mr. Hussey.
Tracy began, her voice faltering.
Huseevo,
He corrected, a faint mocking smile playing on his lips. He lifted a finger to his lips, a gesture that was both conspiratorial and subtly commanding. Tracy glanced down at her folder, as if the correct pronunciation might magically appear on the page.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You won't find the pronunciation in there, Huseevo said, his voice soft, almost amused. It's Hungarian. I'm Hungarian.
Yes, sorry. I know, oh, I'm sorry.
Tracy fumbled with her papers.
I had your notes here, but, oh.
A cascade of documents slipped from her grasp and scattered across the porch. Huseevo stooped, his movements surprisingly fluid, helping her gather the papers. His fingers brushed hers. They were surprisingly cold, despite the mild afternoon.
That really won't be necessary. Please come in.
The house, even in the muted light of dawn, held a faint smell that Tracy just took for old folk. It was a scent Huseevo had known for centuries, a familiar undercurrent beneath the beeswax and old wood. He moved through the kitchen, his bare feet silent on the worn vinyl, the floor cool against his soles, each step a quiet displacement of the still air. The morning light, still thin and bruised, laid strips across the floor, illuminating dust motes that danced in the stillness, suspended like tiny ephemeral spirits. He paused by the range where Eeshmeroosh lay coiled in her warm bed, a dark, glossy shadow with eyes like molten gold. The cat, as ever, was a still, impartial spectator, its purr a continuing subtle vibration. Huseevo's hand routinely poured milk into the chipped saucer. The rhythmic gurgle was a domestic counterpoint to the deeper, older background that only he and perhaps Eeshmeroosh could truly perceive. He set the saucer down, the ceramic chinking, softly rousing the cat to lift her head slowly. Her eyes, the intelligence unsettling, a flicker of something old and knowing in their depths. She rose, stretched, moved closer to the bowl, and began to lap. The sound was soft, contented, a tiny compliment to Huseevo.
This will keep you happy, my little Siska,
he said, his voice a sound of curling, sibilant repetition. A whisper of old worlds, a language that had been spoken in this house for generations. His eyes, the color of peat, were fixed on the cat.
Your leg is almost healed.
He watched the cat for a moment longer, a faint curve to his lips that held no warmth, only a deep, quiet satisfaction. The ritual of the milk, the quiet communion with Eeshmeroosh, was a small, comforting anchor in the vast, timeless ocean of his existence. It was a beginning, just as the night's work was an ending. The cycle continued as it always had, as it always would. The house itself held a peculiar stillness, a timelessness that defied the milk bottle on the counter, the faint broken sound of the radio program drifting from the living room. It was a space unmoored from any specific decade, breathing instead an old air. This was his sanctuary, a place where the threads of time frayed and became indistinct, where the past and present bled into one another, where the boundaries between the living and the slumbering were narrow. He turned from Eeshmeroosh, his eyes drifting to the window. The street outside was still and hushed, painted in the pale nascent light of dawn. A lone milk float, its electric monotone a distant whine, moved slowly down the road, a lone sentinel in the quiet morning. The milkman, a young lad with a shock of sandy hair, whistled a tuneless melody, his breath misting in the frosted air, a fleeting cloud against the grey sky. Huseevo watched him, a secret observer of the mundane rhythms of human life. A life so fleeting, so fragile. The boy would grow, would age, would wither,
just as all of them did. But the house and the forces that waited beneath it would remain unchanging, eternal. The post-ritual quiet was a balm, a deep, eerie calm that settled over the building, holding it frozen in time. There was no frenzy, no lingering adrenaline, only a spiritual sense of completion. The air, though still carrying that faint, gentle frost, felt lighter, cleansed. The earth had drunk its fill, and the old hunger, for a time, was sated. A subtle shift in the house's underlying tone, a deeper, more resonant reverberation confirmed it. He moved towards the plain, unpainted door set flush with the wall beside the dresser. The wood was cold beneath his touch, unyielding, almost damp. He pushed it open, and the scent intensified, a rich, cloying aroma that spoke of iron and life and its abrupt cessation. The cellar exhaled its breath, damp and cold, drawing him deeper into its silent gloom. The air grew heavier with each step, thick with damp earth and something else, something dreadful. The old stone steps descended into absolute darkness, each one a familiar tread. He moved without hesitation, his feet finding the worn indentations in the stone, steps worn smooth by centuries of mostly descent. The ceaseless, rhythmic sound of dripping was amplified here, surrounding him, an echo of the life that had bled out into the earth. Each drip was the heartbeat of the cellar, the pulse of the old forces that flowed beneath his home, a relentless, quiet cadence. The air, heavy and still, pressed against his skin, cool and moist, carrying the pervasive, subtle taste of fresh blood. He reached the bottom, his eyes accustomed to the gloom, discerning the faint outlines of the stone floor, the rough-hewn walls that wept with dampness. The floor was slick in places, a dark green sheen reflecting the minimal light that filtered from the open doorway above. He knelt, his old bones creaking softly, a dry, protesting sound in the silence, and began the work. The clean-up was a ritual in itself, a necessary act of reverence and meticulousness. He worked slowly, his weathered hands moving with a practiced ease, each motion precise. The blood, rich and vicious, had pooled on the stone, seeping into the cracks, a dark offering to the sky. It clung to the rough texture of the flagstones, a dark, almost black stain against the grey, like spilled ink on old parchment. He used a thick, coarse cloth, its fibres absorbing the liquid with a soft sucking sound, wringing it into a waiting vessel. The vessel, a simple earthenware pot, was old, its surface smooth and cool beneath his touch, its dark glaze absorbing the essence of countless offerings, a quiet witness to generations of similar acts. He felt the subtle warmth of the blood on his fingers, a fleeting heat against the cool stone, a visceral connection to the life that had just departed. The work was physically demanding, the muscles in his back and shoulders protesting, but he moved with an unyielding purpose, his breath controlled and steady in the repetition. As he worked, faint wavering began at the edges of his vision, a distortion in the air like heat rising from hot tarmac or the wavering of an old imperfect mirror. The cellar walls seemed to waver, to thin, revealing glimpses of other times, other rituals. He saw his grandmother, her face a network of fine wrinkles, her eyes dark and knowing, her hair a silver braid down her back, performing the same task. Her hands, surprisingly strong for their age, moved with the same quiet reverence as his own, the same meticulous care. He saw her pouring the runoff into the earth, speaking words in a tongue he barely remembered, let alone understood. Sounds of gratitude and appeasement to the sleeping, contented earth. Flickering light of a single candle had cast long dancing shadows that seemed to writhe on the blood-licked stone, mirroring the unseen energies at play. Then the scene shifted, dissolving into another older memory. He saw his great-grandfather, a stern, unsmiling man with a beard like spun iron, his silhouette framed against the flickering light of a tallow lamp, his face streaked with sweat and grime. He was younger then, a boy at his great-grandfather's side, watching, learning. The man's eyes, fixed on the same pool of blood, had been intense, completely focused, a profound understanding in his eyes. He remembered the weight of the ritual knife in his great-grandfather's hand, the way the light had caught its old, pitted blade, glinting dully in the gloom. The air had been heavy with the silence of his pinpoint concentration, broken only by the drip of the offering, each drop a reverberating echo in the confined space. He remembered a time, too, when a ritual had faltered. His great-uncle, a man of lesser conviction, had hesitated, his resolve wavering at the critical moment. The earth had recoiled, the resonance of the house had fallen silent, and a blight had settled upon the land for a season. A cold, barren emptiness that had withered crops and sickened livestock. The memory was a stark reminder of the consequence of doubt, of the absolute necessity of complete commitment. These were not mere memories, not simple recollections. They were echoes, vibrations, a generational memory passed down through the bloodline, a living current that flowed through him. He was not just cleaning up. He was participating, reconnecting with the unbroken chain of his ancestors, each one a link in the ritual's long, winding history. The faces of the past appearing and disappearing in the shadows, indistinct but present, their silent approval await in the cold air, icy fingers that seeped into his core, a chill that was both physical and temporal. He moved the body, its limbs stiff and rigid. It was a necessary part of the process, a final act of respect for the vessel that had served its purpose. He dragged it carefully across the stone, the faint scrape of cloth against rock echoing in the enclosed space, a sound that was absorbed by the damp walls. The earth, he knew, was drinking its fill, drawing the life force deep into its drunken core, a slow, powerful absorption. The ritual runoff, the essence of the offering, seeped into the soil, nourishing the old roots that stretched beneath the house, connecting it to something vast and unknowable, something that pulsed with a slow, deep,
rhythmical, subtle heartbeat. Imagine the network of roots, a subterranean nervous system pulsing with the newly absorbed energy. The house itself a living, breathing entity, its foundations steeped in the old power, its brickwork oscillating with renewed vigor. He finished, the stone floor gleaming faintly in the dim light, but brighter now with the possession of the dawn that filtered from the open doorway above, a clean, dark sheen. The air, though still carrying the odor, felt cleaner, lighter, a subtle shift in its density, as if a great weight had been lifted. He stood, his back aching slightly, a dull throb in his lower spine, and descended the steps. Each one a step back into the mundane world, leaving the old forces to their quiet digestion. He closed the door, a soft click echoing in the sudden silence, a finality that sealed off the sacred space, a barrier between the seen and the unseen. As he turned away, he thought he heard a faint shift from within the cellar, a settling, a deep, contented sigh from the earth itself, a sound that was both a whisper and a promise. Chapter 4. The Locked Box. When she came to, it was to the insistent ache in her head, a relentless throbbing pain. She felt the icy cold seeping into her body. Her cheek was pressed against a floor that felt like smooth slate, the chill permeating her skin, settling deep within her. A dense, suffocating stench forced its way into her nostrils, a foul blend of wet soil, fetid water, and a lurking essence, aged yet piercing, like something poisonous and sharp, buried deep but never gone. It was the same smell she had noticed in Huseevo's kitchen, amplified, suffocating, pressing in from all sides. She opened her eyes, but saw only blackness. It was absolute, crushing, void that swallowed all light, all form, all hope, leaving her adrift in a terrifying, boundless emptiness. She pushed herself up, her hands finding a rough, cold wall that wept with dampness, the moisture clammy against her palms, a slimy, unsettling touch. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw at her throat, a frantic, desperate bird beating against the cage of her ribs, threatening to burst free. She whimpered, a small, frightened sound that was swallowed by the immense, echoing dark, absorbed by the silence, as if it had never been uttered, leaving no trace, no echo. Then, a low, guttural moan. It came from somewhere close, somewhere in the suffocating blackness, a sound of unutterable despair, a sound that seemed to pull and tear at the air, scissor-snipping through the oppressive silence. A thread of sound, broken and ragged, followed it, like words dragged from a dying throat, each syllable a painful gasp, a desperate fading whisper. Our Father, which art in heaven. Tracy held her breath to listen, the trapped bird now catching in her throat, trying to squeeze through. She knew that voice. It was Oliver. Oliver Henderson, the young man with the earnest eyes and the briefcase, the one who had vanished without a trace, swallowed by the quiet streets, by the indifference of the world. That sent a fresh wave of terror through her, cold and dizzying, a sickening lurch in her stomach that threatened to overwhelm her. He was here, trapped in this same crushing darkness, in this same cold, damp tomb. A prisoner, a suffering companion in the dark. She strained her ears, trying to discern any other sound, any movement. But there was only the suffocating silence, broken by Oliver's ragged breathing, a faint rasp of desperation. The soft, rhythmic dripping began, not distant this time, but close, unnervingly close, a relentless cadence in the tomb below the streets, each drip striking stone, echoing in the secret cellar, a tiny hammer blow against the quiet, persistent, maddening reminder of her confinement, of the slow, inexorable passage of time in the lightless void. A shiver, colder than the damp air, traced its way down her body, raising her skin to gooseflesh on her arms, making her whole body tremble. With this she realized that her clothes had been removed. The space was utterly, fundamentally lifeless, a place that defied the natural order of things. A strange, dark corruption permeated the atmosphere. She could feel its presence, a vast, hungry void in the darkness around her, a silent, predatory waiting, a malevolent energy that seemed to press in on her from all sides. She wanted to scream, to tear at her throat, to unleash the terror that coiled within her. But her throat was tight, constricted by an invisible hand, a silent, suffocating grip that stole her voice. Even if she could cry out, it would not achieve anything. She knew, deep inside, nobody would hear. Her heart hammered, not in her chest, but everywhere. A deafening drum against her temples, against the cold stone, against the unseen horror that lurked in the impenetrable black. She knew, with a horrifying certainty, that she was not alone, and the knowledge was far more terrifying than the darkness itself. Every nerve ending seemed to become taut with an unbearable tension, ready to snap, though trapped within her own skin, a desperate plea for release. The atmosphere had its own tension. It felt alive, charged with this malevolent energy, pushing against her, stealing her voice, wrapping around her throat like a boa constrictor. She closed her eyes, but the darkness behind her eyelids was no different from the darkness outside, offering no respite, no escape, only void. The cold seeped deeper, a physical manifestation of her fear, chilling her to the core, making her teeth chatter wildly and uncontrollably, a frantic, rhythmic clacking that echoed. She pressed herself harder against the damp wall, as if seeking to merge with the stone, to become invisible, to simply cease to exist, to vanish from the horrifying reality. Her fingers numb with the cold, scrabbled at the rough surface, seeking purchase, seeking solidity in a world that had become fluid, terrifyingly uncertain. Her tongue caught a dry, gritty bite, like old coins melting in a fire. Not just blood, though, but the raw iron scraped at her mouth. The air wrapped tight, thick with smoke from a long-dead pyre. A crawling ache pressed deep beneath her ribs, dark and restless, biting like a hidden thing clawing up from the bone. That copper taste stuck like a curse, a whisper that terror had already begun to take hold inside her chest. Each breath was shallow, ragged, a desperate gulp of the heavy, putrid air. She could feel the dampness clinging and tangled in her hair. The silence, when the dripping paused for a moment, was even more terrifying, like a vast, echoing emptiness that seemed to amplify the frantic beat of her heart, with a crescendo that made her ears pop. Meanwhile, upstairs in the deceptive light of the kitchen, Steve and Benny were already at work. They hauled in sizable anonymous boxes, the mundane weight of them a stark contrast to the purpose they served, the illicit cargo they contained. Steve, impatient, began to tinker with the awkward apparatus of the stairlift, his movements brisk, his brow furrowed in concentration, a faint bead of sweat forming on his temple. He muttered under his breath a low, frustrated sound as a stubborn bot refused to yield. Benny, meanwhile, deliberately positioned one of the larger boxes to obstruct the foot of the stairs, an accidental barrier that served as their true intention. A subtle obstruction. He nudged it with his foot, then adjusted it again, a meticulous attention to detail that seemed out of place given the casual nature of their deception. Well, you see, Mr. Huseevo, the main company is foreign and their British office is in Dover, Benny explained, his voice smooth, practice, a balm of official spin, designed to lull, to distract, to create an illusion of legitimate government business. His words continued to flow, the careful, constructed distraction, a steady stream of technicalities and reassurances, a polite, continuous drone that masked the true intent. Upstairs, Steve moved with a quick, assessing action, his eyes sweeping Huseevo's bedroom, a gleam of greed in their depths, searching, calculating. He found the box tucked away, dark and unassuming, a simple padlock securing its lid. It was heavy, far heavier than it looked. Its weight suggested a hidden treasure, something substantial and valuable. He ran a hand over it, a quick, almost tender touch, his fingers tracing the metal of the padlock, then began to search for a key, his fingers probing the surfaces of the bedside table, the drawers, the floorboards, even running along the underside of the mattress, but found nothing. The box remained obstinately locked, an unyielding challenge, its secret stubbornly guarded. He grunted in frustration. There are 3 types of these stairlifts, and they sent the right chair, but their slide tracks need to be of the 950 series, not what they've sent, which is a 2000 series. The good news is that it's already on its way, as I've taken care of it personally. The only problem is we have to come back tomorrow. Benny's voice was a smooth, confident sound, a carefully crafted narrative, a seamless blend of truth and fabrication. I'm out tomorrow, Huseevo stated, a note of wariness, a slight exasperation in his voice, a protest against the disruption to his meticulously ordered and private life, to his secret routines. He folded his arms across his chest, a gesture of quiet defiance. Steve appeared agitated at the top of the stairs and shook his head subtly at Benny, a silent signal that the box remained unyielding, locked tight, its contents tantalizingly out of reach. His jaw tightened, a muscle twitching in his cheek, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. Oh, that's no trouble at all, as we'll be here bright and early and for most of the day, Benny assured the old man, his tones a practiced charm developed and perfected over time. You're getting state-of-the-art, all paid for by the county council, he offered a wide, reassuring smile. But, Huseevo began, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes, an ascent unease, a faint tremor of doubt. He took a small step back, a subtle withdrawal. You have my personal guarantee that it will be finished by the time you get home, and it'll be like we were never here. Benny's voice was a soft, persuasive sound designed to lull, to disarm, to erase any lingering doubts. He spread his hands, an open, honest gesture that was entirely false. I didn't even... The pensioner began, his voice rising in protest, a subtle growing indignation at this unexpected intrusion. He gestured vaguely at the stairlift parts, a silent question. Look, Mr. Eeshmeroosh, Benny interjected, cutting him off with practiced ease, his voice firm, authoritative, a subtle shift in tone. I can assure you that everything will be done to your satisfaction. You'll be thrilled. All I ask you, let me use your kettle. He smiled, his wide eyes a silent challenge. It's gonna take some doing, but with the right tools we can definitely get it done in a day, Steve said to Benny, his voice low, calculated, but just loud enough for Huseevo to catch. No hint of their true intentions. Benny looked up towards Steve, their eyes met, a shared, silent understanding passing between them, a glint of anticipated triumph. Huseevo sighed, a deep, weary sound. His shoulders slumped, a momentary capitulation of resignation to the relentless tide of modern bureaucracy. All right, but this is an inconvenience I will be complaining to the council. His voice was an old dog grumble. And you have every right to, Mr. Huseevo, Benny said, his voice brimming with false sincerity, the practiced politeness almost too good with its thin veneer of respect. So, shall we carry on? He gestured towards the stairs. Well, you're here now, Huseevo muttered, his scrutinizing eyes sweeping over them, cold and assessing, discomfort etched into his features. I don't feel comfortable about having strangers in my house, he clasped his hands. Oh, I'd say a maximum of 3 hours, would you think? Benny said to Steve, ignoring Huseevo's discomfort, his tone briskly professional, as if Huseevo's feelings were irrelevant. Or maybe even 2, Steve replied, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, a flash of something sharp and ugly in his eyes. Please be careful and try not to leave a mess, Huseevo instructed, already moving towards the door, his coat on. That would be tricky, Steve mumbled under his breath, a faint sneer twisting his mouth. Benny shot him a quick, warning glance, a subtle shake of his head. Just as you left it, Mr. Huseevo. except with a brand new state-of-the-art stair lift. Huseevo left, muttering to himself. The front door clicked shut with a quiet, decisive sound, a finality that seemed to seal off the house, to trap the two men within its old walls. As soon as the sound faded, Benny and Steve exchanged a look, a silent agreement passing between them, then headed upstairs, their earlier feigned patience evaporating like mist in the sun, replaced by a raw, eager anticipation, a hunger for the hidden treasure. Upstairs, in the bedroom, the heavy box remained stubborn, bolted to the floor. Steve and Benny circled it, their initial confidence replaced by a growing frustration, a simmering impatience that threatened to boil over. Steve grunted, tugging at the box, his muscles straining, his face reddening with effort. Benny tried to wedge a crowbar underneath it, but the box held firm. "It must be drilled to the floor or something," Benny muttered, wiping a hand across his forehead. "Bloody strange." He kicked at the box in frustration, a dull thud echoing in the quiet room. "It's not moving," Steve grumbled, his jaw tight, a muscle twitching in his cheek. "Why would you do that? What the hell's in there that needs guarding like this?" He ran his hand over the smooth surface of the box. "God knows," Benny conceded, his eyes scanning the box, a flicker of genuine curiosity in their depths. "But it's got to be valuable, whatever's inside." He tapped a finger against the lid, a hollow sound. Steve paused, a thought forming, a cunning glint in his eyes, a sudden flash of inspiration. "But we don't need the box. We just need what's inside." He turned to Benny, a predatory smile spreading across his face. "Nip to the van and grab the tools." Benny, looking somewhat put out, a faint scowl on his face, started his descent down the stairs, a faint curse escaping his lips. Just as he reached the bottom, a blur of dark fur, silent as a shadow, darted across his path. The cat, a fast black streak, seemed to appear from nowhere, a silent obstacle. Benny stumbled, his foot catching on the cat, sending him sprawling. He tumbled down the remaining steps, landing with a sickening crack against the wall, the sound echoing in the quiet hall, a harsh, final punctuation. He lay there, still, a faint trickle of blood beginning to seep from his ear, a dark stain against his pale skin, spreading slowly, inexorably. Upstairs, Steve, oblivious to the accident below, was still focused on the stubborn box. He hammered away, a furious, determined rhythm filling the room, the clang of metal against metal, a harsh, discordant sound that drowned out all else. Then, with a sudden, joyous screech of protesting metal, the padlock gave way, yielding its secrets, a triumphant shriek. "You beauty!" Steve crowed, triumph flooding his face, a wide, exultant grin that stretched from ear to ear. He turned, about to shout to Benny. "It's okay, mate. Leave it. I've got—" The words died in his throat, choked by a sudden, overwhelming terror. His smile dissolved, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated fear, a primal dread that contorted his features, twisting them into a grotesque mask. Standing at the doorway, framed by the light from the hall, was Huseevo. His face was contorted, his eyes dark, unnervingly focused, burning with an unnatural intensity. 2 points of old, malevolent fire. One arm was extended, his hand held open, palm facing Steve, a strange unseen force emanating from him, a pressure that pressed against Steve's chest, stealing his breath, crushing him. Steve was glued to the wall, his hands flailing uselessly, unable to move, unable to breathe, caught in an invisible vice, a silent, suffocating grip. Huseevo was speaking, but it was not English, not Hungarian. It was incantations, aged words, a rapid-fire torrent of syllables that seemed to twist the light, a language that vibrated with unseen power that filled the room. How are you? Steve choked, fighting against the unseen grip, his voice raw with fear, a desperate, futile struggle against an incomprehensible force. He clawed at the air, his fingers closing on nothing, his eyes wide with horrifying understanding. Huseevo stopped, his hand dropped, the unseen grip releasing its hold. Steve collapsed to the floor, a heap of useless limbs, gasping for breath, his body trembling uncontrollably, his mind reeling from the inexplicable horror, from the profound, soul-shattering terror. He lay there, whimpering, a broken, defeated man. The bang of Steve falling echoed down the stairs, a dull thud that reverberated through the quiet house, a grim announcement. Benny, stirring, his eyes fluttering open, saw Mrs. Crabtree standing over him. Her face, usually a canvas of bustling concern, was unnervingly blank, devoid of emotion, a placid mask that was more disturbing than any expression of fear. They studied each other in silence, a strange, uncanny stillness in the hall, a moment suspended in an airy calm, a silent, unsettling tableau. "Where's Stephen?" she asked, her voice flat, bereft of warmth or urgency, a disembodied sound. The sound of heavy thumping began, a rhythmic, dragging sound that grew steadily louder, drawing closer. Mrs. Crabtree, her attention still fixed on Benny, continued. "You are supposed to just grab the cash and leave. What's taking so long?" Her voice held a note of impatience. The thumping grew louder, a dragging, rhythmic sound punctuated by dull, wet thuds, each one a sickening impact. Benny, his head throbbing, an insistent pain behind his eyes, slowly looked towards the top of the stairs. Huseevo was there, an ominous figure, dragging Steve's unconscious body by one leg. Steve's head bumped sickeningly on each step, a dull, wet percussion that resonated in the quiet house, a horrifying soundtrack to the unfolding nightmare. Benny's bewilderment morphed swiftly into horror, a chilling realization dawning in his eyes, a gut-wrenching understanding of their predicament. "What the Huseevo made a subtle gesture with his free hand, a flick of his wrist, a movement so slight, so effortless, yet imbued with immense power. In response, Benny's head smashed against the wall, once, twice, then again, almost robotically, with a horrifying violence. Blood bloomed on the plaster, dark and vivid, a grotesque floral pattern against the pale wall, spreading slowly. The final flick from Huseevo, Benny's neck snapped. His body spasmed, then went still, slumping against the wall like a broken puppet. Mrs. Crabtree, who'd been staring at the now still broken form of Benny, slowly looked up the stairs. Huseevo was staring down at her, his dark eyes like twin points of black ice, cold and unblinking, devoid of any human emotion. A flicker of something, fear perhaps, or a dreadful understanding, crossed Mrs. Crabtree's face, a fleeting shadow of comprehension, a dawning horror. She turned suddenly, making for the front door, her movements frantic, a desperate bid for freedom. It was locked, bolted from the inside, its heavy wood a solid barrier. She tugged desperately, her fingers slipping on the cold metal, her breath catching in her throat, a choked gasp. It would not budge. Like the box upstairs, it was impossibly stuck, a cruel, unforgiving trap.
Chapter 5. The Quiet Claim. The old woman scrambled across kitchen tiles, skidding on a smear of something dark and wet. It had the texture of cold tallow, a slick film that offered no grip, and it was utterly without scent. The absence of smell unsettled her more than any stench might have done. Her shoulder found the wood of the back door, muscles bunching beneath her thin cardigan as she pushed. The doorframe groaned, but held fast. The new bolt Huseevo had fitted, catching the light like a malevolent eye. She set her weight against it properly, feeling the old joints in her spine protest. The bolt was a single, heavy bar of iron, an ugly, brutal thing against the clean, white cupboards. It looked wrong, felt wrong, raw and unforgiving. The metal had been fitted with screws that didn't quite align. She could see where they'd chewed the wood, leaving pale splinters. Her fingers grazed its surface and felt the coarse, rasping bite of metal against her skin, enough bite to take skin. Her breath snagged. The next one wouldn't quite come. She turned from the door, a frantic thing now, and in the silence that followed she listened. The clock above the sink wasn't ticking. The fridge coughed once and fell silent. Even the house itself seemed to have drawn breath and held it. A mental inventory of neighbours ran through her mind with the desperate efficiency of someone counting coins for the rent. The Joneses, next door, were on holiday. She'd seen them load their car 3 days ago, arguing over suitcases while their little terrier yapped from the back seat. Mrs. Davies, across the street, was deaf as a post, would be watching her evening programmes with the volume turned up enough to rattle her windows. The milkman wouldn't be by until morning, and even then, he was that new lad who barely looked old enough to drive, let alone notice an old woman's distress. She was alone. The realization settled in her like a stone in a shoe. A tiny voice in her head, the voice of her late husband, Reynold, whispered, "Silly old woman, it's just the lad. He's had a rough night." Reynolds' voice was a low, comforting murmur, familiar as her own reflection. He'd always been there to talk sense into her when she let her imagination run away. But the voice felt different now, carried a weight it hadn't possessed in life. "Look at you," he continued, and there was something sharp in it now, something that made her spine straighten. "Getting yourself worked up over nothing. What would the neighbours think?" Her eyes found the open cellar door, a black gap where the wall should have stayed whole. A cold shard of ice ran straight through her from throat to belly. "It's just a cellar," she told herself. "Nothing to be scared of. Every house has one." But the dark seemed too complete, as if it were drinking the light from the kitchen. "Don't you go down there," Ronald's voice said, and the change in tone made her freeze. It was no longer the patient, slightly condescending voice of her living husband. This was sharp, urgent. The house takes what it's owed." The words, the jumble of nonsense, had been a constant refrain in his last fevered days when the cancer had eaten away at more than just his body. She'd always dismissed them as the ramblings of a sick man, the morphine talking, but now, in this silence, the words held a terrible weight. They seemed to echo off the walls, resonating in frequencies she could feel in her bones. "Leave that bolt alone," Reynolds said. "Come away from there." But her feet were already moving, drawn by something stronger than sense. She took a step towards the cellar door. Then another. The temperature dropped with each step, as if she were walking into winter itself. She descended, one hand on the cold stone wall, the other to her chest. The cotton of her blouse felt too thin, too insubstantial against what waited below. She could feel the dampness seep, the cold of the cellar, a living thing, a hungry thing that bit and gnawed. The stairs were uneven, worn smooth by decades of feet, slick with a fine layer of dust and a strange, oily residue that clung to her fingertips. Each step down was a small betrayal of everything sensible. Her feet moved with a hesitant, shuffling rhythm. The left slipper had worked loose at the heel, and you could feel it sliding with each step, threatening to send her tumbling into the dark. On the 7th step, or thereabouts, the hem of her dress snagged on a stray nail, and she had to tug at it, the small violence of the fabric tearing, seeming unnaturally loud in the silence. She ripped it free. "Count them," she told herself, falling back on a childhood habit. 1, 2, 3. But the numbers seemed to slip away from her, replaced by the rhythm of something else, a slow, irregular dripping that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The walls wept with moisture, beads of water catching what little light filtered down from the kitchen. She tried to make sense of the space, to orient herself in the familiar geography. This should be directly under his kitchen, which meant the water heater would be to her left, the old coal bunker to her right, but nothing felt familiar in this thick, dark. At the bottom of the stairs, the dark had weight. It swallowed her whole, a thing with a presence that pressed in on her from all sides. She stood there, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps, her mind scrambling for explanation, for reason, for a way back to the world she knew. This was not the ordered universe she'd always believed in, where good Christian folk lived quiet lives and went peacefully to their rest. This was someplace else entirely. A place where the old, safe rules had been suspended. "Don't touch anything," Reynolds warned. "Don't you touch anything down here." But she was already reaching out. One hand held in front of her like a blind person's cane, her fingers stiff with arthritis and cold, brushed against something soft and disturbingly warm. She pulled her hand back as if she'd been burnt, and the thing, whatever it was, shifted beside her with a low, moaning sound that seemed to come from somewhere deep and broken. She fumbled in her pocket for the lighter she kept there, the one she used for the church candles when it was her turn to help with the flowers. Her thumb, swollen with age and stiff with cold, fumbled on the wheel. It scraped twice against the flint, a dry whisper that only amplified the terrible silence. Heat built under her thumb, but no light came. On the third strike, a small yellow flame flickered to life. The sharp smell of sulphur filled the air, acrid and brief, and in its small, trembling circle of light, she saw him. Oliver Henderson, the young Jehovah's Witness who'd come to her door just last week with his earnest face and his carefully prepared scriptures. He was huddled against the stone wall, his white shirt torn and stained dark. His face, pale and ashen, was streaked with a thin, dark line of dried blood that had run from his scalp to his collar. His head lolled on his chest, and his eyes, wide and unseeing, stared at a point far beyond her. But his lips were moving, forming words in a thin, dry whisper. "For God so loved the world." He coughed, a terrible rattling sound that seemed to come from deep in his chest, and a thin, crimson froth bubbled on his lips. The sight of it made her stomach turn, made her want to run, to scream, to do anything but stand there in that small circle of flickering light. "You've had a fall," she heard herself say, the words thin and foolish, the kind she kept for toddlers and very old. "Up you get. We'll get you sorted." Oliver's eyes tracked badly, like a clock hand that sticks, and found her face. For a moment, something like relief flickered there. "Is there any hope for the dead?" he asked, and she recognized the words from his last visit, when he'd stood on her doorstep with his briefcase and his unshakable faith. "Of course there is, love," she said, though her voice sounded strange in her own ears. "Of course there is." But even as she spoke, she could see he was slipping away from her. His breathing was shallow, laboured, and when he spoke again, the words came broken and scattered. "That whosoever believeth in him should not perish." The flame guttered, wavering as her hands shook. She brought it closer without meaning to, and the heat climbed her knuckle. In the better light, she could see more detail she didn't want to see. The way his shirt had been cut, sharp, deliberate work. The dark stains that weren't just blood, but something that had soaked into the fabric and dried to a rusty brown. And behind him, barely visible in the flame's reach, the mouth of a sack tied with brown cord. A thread frayed there as if something had picked at it with a nail. And she could see the shape of something inside, something that filled the sack with an irregular bulk that made her mind shy away from questions. "We'll get help," she said, though the words felt hollow. "We'll get you to a hospital." Oliver coughed again, and this time what came up was too dark, too thick. "For the dead," he added, and the words came out with a wet sound that didn't belong in human speech. The flame guttered and died. In the absolute darkness that followed, the copper scent intensified. She could taste it now, coating her tongue with an unpleasant film that made her want to retch. The dripping sound grew louder, more insistent, and she found herself counting again without meaning to. Drip, 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 drip. She scrambled away from Oliver, her body moving in a sideways scuttle she didn't recognize as her own. Her skirt caught on something else. A nail, a splinter? She couldn't tell. And she heard the cotton tear. The sound seemed unnaturally loud in the silence, a small violence that echoed off the stone walls. Her hand found something else, something that gave way beneath her palm with a horrible, yielding softness. She snatched it back, but not before her fingers registered the texture. Cloth, wet, with something that wasn't water, and underneath it, something that had once been warm and was now cooling. Don't think about it, she told herself. Don't think about what it is. But her mind, treacherous thing, was already working, already cataloguing possibilities. The shape, the size, the terrible stillness of it. Another person, another victim. How many were down here? How many had simply vanished from the quiet streets, swallowed by this ordinary house with its neat garden and its tidy curtains? She found the stairs again, her hand scrabbling for something to steady herself on the cold stone. The surface was slick with condensation, and her fingers slipped, scraping against the rough mortar between the stones. One nail caught and tore, a small, sharp pain that brought tears to her eyes. She was going back up to the world of reason, to the world of her home, to the world of her faith. She would find a way to get out, to tell someone, to tell the police. She would tell them all. She was a woman of faith, a woman who had lived her whole life doing the right thing, and she would not let this stand. Her mind was already composing the words, the phrases, the terrible testimony she would give. But even as she climbed, she could feel the weight of the darkness behind her, pressing at her back like a physical thing. The house takes what it's owed, Reynolds' voice said again, and this time there was no comfort in it, only a grim certainty that made her blood run cold. She was halfway up when she heard it. The soft creak of a floorboard from above. Not the random settling of an old house, but the deliberate pressure of a foot. Someone was walking across the kitchen, moving, with the careful tread of someone who knew exactly where each board would sing. She stopped, her body rigid. The sound came again, closer to the cellar door now. She held her breath, her chest tight with a desperate prayer. Please, don't come down here, please. But the footsteps continued, moving with that strange, unnatural grace she'd noticed in Huseevo, as if he were a body that had been moving in this house for generations, a body that knew every creak, every groan, every sigh of the floorboards. Run, Ronald's voice urged. Run now, while you still can. But there was nowhere to run. The cellar had only one entrance, and whoever was above controlled it. She was trapped, down here, with Oliver, and the sacks and whatever else Huseevo kept in his private darkness. Oh, there you are, my dear, came a voice from above. Soft, familiar. It was Hannah. Hannah, the kind council worker girl who had helped her fill out the forms for Reynolds' pension, who had held her hand at the funeral and brought round casseroles in the weeks that followed. Mrs. Crabtree's heart surged with desperate relief. Here was salvation. Here was help. Here was someone from the normal world who would see this horror and put it right. "Hannah," she called up, her voice cracked and desperate. "Hannah, help me. There's something terrible down here. Call the police. Call someone." But even as she spoke, something in the quality of the silence above made her pause.
From behind Hannah, another stepped into the stair. Even from a distance, Huseevo's presence was undeniable. His eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity in the shadows. 2 dark flames of ancient fire, cold and without mercy. Mrs. Crabtree watched, frozen as he lifted his arms, his hands reaching, fingers splayed, ready to encircle Hannah's throat, a gesture of chilling intent, a promise of violence. Mrs. Crabtree looked on, helpless, a scream trapped behind her swollen tongue, a petrified, futile plea. Hannah turned to face Huseevo, her face a mask of abject terror, her eyes wide with a horrifying understanding, a dawning realization of the monstrous truth. Huseevo had the same intense, chilling look that he had worn when he had had Steve pinned to the wall, a look that promised absolute, inescapable control, a cold, primeval power that seemed to emanate from his very being. Then the world tilted. Huseevo and Hannah burst out laughing, a sudden, jarring sound that echoed unnervingly in the stone chamber, a shared, intimate sound, a grotesque connivance that sent a shiver of despairing revulsion through Mrs. Crabtree. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated malice, a chilling contrast to the horror, a sound that would have haunted her nightmares, though the only sleep possible now would be the eternal. They wrapped their arms around each other, a brief, horrifying embrace, a silent affirmation of their shared, terrible purpose, a grotesque display of affection. Mrs. Crabtree watched, confused, shocked, her mind struggling to comprehend, to reconcile this monstrous reality with the mundane world she knew, a world that had suddenly, irrevocably shattered. Huseevo and Hannah turned, their faces still stretched in that chilling, shared mirth. Mrs. Crabtree began to shake her head slowly, a denial that reverberated through her body, through her very soul. A desperate protest against the truth that was unfolding before her. She backed up, slowly, blindly. The light from the open doorway above them, already thin, receded with their descent, swallowing them back into the gloom from which they seemed to have emerged, into the deeper, older darkness that now claimed her. The darkness deepened around the fraudulent housekeeper, pressing in, oppressive, stealing her breath. She crouched, trapped between the fading light of the surface world and the deepening abyss where her horrifying captors advanced, and she knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the marrow, that no amount of Christian charity or sensible advice would save her now.
"Mother," Huseevo said, and the word carried weight, carried history, carried love of a kind that had nothing to do with the natural order of things. Hannah reached out and took his hand, her fingers intertwining with his in a gesture both tender and obscene. Her voice when she spoke was the same mild, helpful tone she'd used to explain council procedures and benefit applications. It won't take long, dear. We keep things tidy. Mrs. Crabtree's mind reeled, shopping desperately for labels that might make sense of this. Incest, devil worship, madness. Each label slid off. None of them fit what she was seeing. This was something else, something that belonged to an older world. A world where the boundaries between life and death, between mother and child, between past and present, had worn thin. I don't understand, she said, though part of her did. Part of her had been understanding since the moment she'd seen that iron bolt on the door. Of course you don't, Hannah said gently. How could you? But it doesn't matter now. What matters is that you're here, and you're the right age, and you have so much life left to give. The air grew heavier as they approached, thick with expectation. Nowhere to hide in this ice-cold stone chamber. Mrs. Crabtree could smell something else now, underneath the copper and damp, a faint cloying sweetness that made her think of communion wine and Sunday morning services. But this was communion of a different sort, a sacrament that belonged to older gods and darker purposes. Please, she whispered, though she no longer expected mercy. Please, I haven't done anything wrong. No, dear, Hannah agreed. You haven't. That's rather the point. Above them, Mrs. Crabtree thought she heard the soft pad of feet, the whisper of something moving across the kitchen floor. The cat, perhaps. Eeshmeroosh with the unsettling intelligence and the golden eyes that saw too much. Her mind in the extremity fled to memory. She saw herself at 23 walking down the aisle of St. Mary's in her white dress with Reynold waiting at the altar. She saw the reception afterwards, the speeches and the dancing, the way Reynold had held her close during their first dance as husband and wife. She saw their first house, smaller even than the one she lived in now, and the way they'd painted the kitchen together on a Saturday afternoon, getting more paint on each other than on the walls. She saw herself at 40, standing in the doctor's office and hearing the words that would define the rest of their marriage. I'm sorry, but there's very little chance of children. She saw the years that followed, the quiet meals and the comfortable silences, the way love had settled into something smaller, but no less real. She saw Reynolds' final illness, the way it had eaten him from inside, leaving behind someone else, leaving behind someone she barely recognized. The rambling, the fever dreams, the constant talk of houses and debts and things that were owed. She had thought it was delirium, but now she wondered if dying men might see more clearly than the living. Every house in this street has a cellar, he had said one night, his hand gripping hers with surprising strength. But not every cellar is the same. Some of them remember things. Some of them are hungry. She had hushed him then, had given him his medication and smoothed his pillows. But his words came back to her now, with terrible clarity. The light from the kitchen above seemed to dim, or perhaps her vision was failing. Hannah and Huseevo stood before her now like figures from a nightmare. But their faces held no malice, no cruelty, only a kind of patient love, the love of parents for a difficult child who must be corrected. It will be quick, Hannah promised. We've had so much practice, you see. Decades of it. And afterwards, you'll be part of something beautiful. Something eternal. The blood that binds, Huseevo added, and his voice carried the weight of ritual, of words spoken countless times in this same stone chamber. Mrs. Crabtree closed her eyes, and in the darkness behind her lids, she saw one final vision. A dining room, warm with candlelight, set with fine china and crystal glasses. At one end of the table sat a woman who might have been Hannah, her hair done different. At the other end, a boy of perhaps 10, his face familiar, though she couldn't place where she'd seen it before. Between them lay a feast, roasted meat, fresh bread, vegetables from someone's garden, and bottles of wine that caught the candlelight like rubies. But it was the liquid in their glasses that held her attention. Dark red, slow in the glass, thicker than wine. They raised their glasses in unison, and their smiles were identical. The smile of shared knowledge, of hunger about to be satisfied. The boy's voice, when he spoke, was Huseevo's voice, made younger and clear. To mother, he said. To my son, she replied. They drank together, and the liquid left dark stains on their lips, stains that looked like kisses in the flickering light. Around them, the shadows seemed to dance, to celebrate, to join in their ancient communion. Mrs. Crabtree opened her eyes to find Hannah's face very close to her own. The woman's breath smelled of damp mushrooms and roses, of things both beautiful and hidden. Do you see now? Hannah asked softly. Do you understand what you're becoming part of? Mrs. Crabtree tried to speak, but found she had no voice left. The cellar was growing darker, or perhaps was her vision fading. The dripping sound had become a rhythm, a heartbeat, a lullaby that promised sleep.
The cellar exhaled its final, damp breath, drawing her deeper into its cold silence, a hungry, old entity claiming its due.
The darkness took her then, gentler than she'd expected. The drip kept time, then went. Taste thinned to metal, touch to cold air, sight to a bead of light. When that pinprick closed, the house kept its quiet. Part 2. Chapter 6. Hopscotch to 6. The van rattled with the kind of loose-jointed, asthmatic cough that suggested it was held together less by engineering and more by stubborn will. It stank of Chris's summer. Stale fag smoke, spilled coffee gone sour in the heat, and a faint, sharp smell that could have been anything from Mannering's newest spray to the last client's panic. The vinyl seats, institutional brown, had that sticky, wet feel, even when bone dry. Sunlight came in thick with dust, catching the cheap plastic pine tree hanging from the mirror. It smelled like a fib. Dave, wedged in the passenger seat, laughed, A short bark. He flicked ash from a roll-up out of the window. A practiced motion. He was all thin limbs and restless energy. A year older and keen to use it as a lever whenever possible. He loved the jab, the petty observation sharpened to a point. Chris's defense was the long look, the slow shake of the head that meant, I cannot believe I get paid this little to put up with you. Christ, can you turn that racket off? Chris reached for the radio. The unit was a battered rectangle held together by a smear of gum and Mannering's promises, a jingle for a local plumber. We're number 1 for a number 2, blared with cruel brightness. Relax, Dave said. Mannering likes its jingles, backbone of British enterprise. They're the backbone of my migraine. Chris turned the volume knob. It squealed, then gave up. The jingle gave way to static. Beneath it, the engine hummed in a breathless way that made you think of inhalers. Dave picked at the frayed knee of his jeans. Same pair all summer. As standard now as the strip of sunburn peeling on his nose. Remember that job on the estate last week? The pigeons. Chris allowed a smile. Old bloke, with the collection. More birds in his loft than sense in his head. Talked about 'em like children. Mind the babies, lad, mind the babies. Dave's falsetto would have earned him a slap if the old man had been there. He offered tea, Chris said. You nearly died. Said it smelled of droppings. It did. And don't start me on the wasps. That nest in the shed. Mannering told me to get a proper look. A proper look. Wanted me stung to death. They were summer job soldiers. Rats, wasps, mice, the odd bat. The money was poor but stretched to pints on Fridays, a few fags and, if they were lucky, a record. It was limbo between school and whatever came next. Lazy days, petty thefts of time, girls glanced at and plans never carried through. This looked like one more job on a warm, nothing special day. From the back, Mannering cleared his throat like a vicar warming up. He perched behind them with a clipboard held reverently, spectacles low on his nose, balding pate shining. He was small and officious and believed pest control was not work so much as vocation. Gentlemen, he said, tapping the board, domestic sanctity is delicate. 1 rat sighted equals 7 unseen. We sell preparedness. He looked pleased with that. Also, respect the animal. Citizens of the underworld. If man organised like the rat, Parliament would alter. Rats don't claim expenses, Dave said. They don't need to. Instinct and opportunity. We have method. Method wins. He leaned forward between the seats. The breath of instant coffee. Eyes up when you arrive. Door that sticks. Curtain never open. Side gate bolted from within. Houses talk. Your job is to listen. I thought our job was to spray and leg it, Dave said, without heat. There's a reason I don't hire from the job centre, Mannering said. Field craft. What are they buying? Chris said. An hour's sleep, Mannering said, surprising them both. Maybe a night without listening for scratches. He sat back. The van rattled over a humpback bridge and down into terraces that grew tidier as they went,
washing lines taut, bins faced like soldiers. Chris thought of his mum's hands cracked by bleach and the way, when money was thin, she would look through him. Houses talk. His had, in sighs and long pauses. They hit a red by the co-op. Dave watched a woman loading a boot as if it were a show with the sound on. "Rats are worse than wasps," Dave said, tone casual but mind elsewhere. "Wasps are immediate," Chris said. "Rats are not." "You ever think about what happens in walls?" "No." "I do," Dave said, and left it at that. Chris rolled the wheel rim under his palm, feeling his split rubber catch, and let go. Dave watched a pigeon worry a chip box at the curb and kept quiet for a stretch that counted as progress. "Friday then," Dave said. "Sutton if we're lucky. God hates us. 48 quid each if both land. Enough for the Vic. Enough for the Stone Roses 12-inch. Possibly chips. Possibly. Depending on whether I owe Ricky." "You do?" "I do." "You reckon she'll be at the Vic?" "Who?" "You know who. Oh, don't call her that." "All right. Claire with the fringe who could end a man. That better?" Chris let it pass. You could feel Dave needing sound, the way a kid whistles down a dark lane. "Observation," Mannering said to the van generally. 90%. The house tells you where it hurts. "You ever think of writing a book?" Dave said. "Every invoice is a paragraph." They crossed the bridge by the allotments. Chris watched gardens change, toys scorched by sun and left, a trampoline listing, a bin without a lid, a deck chair giving up the joints, a quilt of lives. Some houses cleared their throats, some did not. The street felt off at once. Neat row of council houses, pebble dash and tidy front gardens, the sort of road where everyone knows everyone's business. But the usual hum, the distant traffic and mowers, had thinned. 2 doors down, a woman in a housecoat held a cordless to her ear without speaking. Antenna angled like she might tune the air. Curlers sat in her hair as if they had their own routine. When the van slowed, she brought the phone to her mouth and still said nothing. Outside number 14, a boy in a football shirt had left his ball on the grass and stood 3 paces from it, not looking at the ball and not looking at them. A man opened the door behind him, saw the van, and shut it. The boy did not move. The ball shone wet from a fine recent drizzle. And that curtain hiccuped at number 12 and settled back. Movement practiced as breathing. Behind it stood a standard lamp without a shade. The bulb was off. Chris felt a small flash of embarrassment he couldn't place, like when a teacher mangles your name out loud. Pink and white chalk marked a hopscotch to 6. The 6 had been gone over again and again until it was almost a bruise. The game always stopped there, Someone had tried to insist it didn't. Looks like they've had visits, Dave said, nodding at the windows. From who? Anyone with a badge. People stand away when badges knock. Further along, 2 women stood at the bus stop with no bus due, handbags tucked in tight, hips turned between street and each other. One had a cardigan elbow polished thin. They gave a professional glance and then carried on with a conversation that hadn't existed. Number 10 had its bins out even though it wasn't bin day, each one clean enough to eat off, numbers stenciled straight. Estates on top of it, Mannering said, almost approving. Makes noise, not travel. On the step of the house they wanted sat a grey cat, as if grown there. It watched the van with the patience normally reserved for dogs and biscuits. As Chris eased in, the cat stood, stretched to its small, full height, and placed both front paws on the top step, without coming down. Guard, at ease. Don't say it, Dave said. Say what? That cats are weird. Weird pest control. It's unprofessional. Cats are weird, Chris said. The cat turned away as if addressed and looked down the street, the way sentries in war films do before anything happens. Across the road, a man in a vest stepped out with a rubbish bag and then stepped back in again, bag still in hand. He wore the look of someone who'd gone into a room to fetch something, failed to remember, and decided to stand still until it returned. The air had the after-rain feel that never quite cleans. A sparrow tried to gutter, thought better of it, and hopped under a car to consider. Right? Mannering found his brisk. We're guests. Be quick, be neat, be gone, Dave said and swallowed. They went up the path. It might as well have been carpet. No weeds, no loose stones, no tree root shove. A path that expected a certain walk. Chris caught himself matching it and resented himself for doing it. A front door, the same dark green as the rest, opened on a woman with a polite face and a voice like brushed cloth. Hello, she said. You must be environmental services. Hannah, from the office notes. Dress simple, dark wool skirt, pale blouse, movement precise, unshowy. Behind her, back in the shade of the sitting room, a bald man in spectacles stood and watched. He didn't fidget or fold his arms. He watched with eyes the colour of peat. Chris felt the old man see them as one sees a pair of tools. Inside the house smelt faintly of iron and old wax. Not strong, a clean smell with a sharp undernote. The cat slid along the skirting, brushed Chris's ankle with a tail like silk rope, and stationed itself at the kitchen threshold. Its left hind leg had a slight memory in it, healed but not forgotten. Dave's chatter dried on his tongue. The problem is in the cellar, Hannah said, gesturing to a plain, unpainted door set flush with the wall by a dresser. They're bothering us from down there. Any pets? Mannering asked, already finding his footing in the language that insulted him. Just Eeshmeroosh, the cat. As if cued, the grey shape stepped to the stairhead and sat. It didn't blink. Cats rarely do. Even so, Chris felt watched in a way that pinched the air in his chest for a second. The council gave approval for works, Mannering said. The council is thorough, Hannah said, as if praising a child who had tried. We're grateful for their attention. Chris noticed the kitchen clock had no tick. The second hand nudged forward and rested as if time were progressed by decision. The fridge hummed and then settled. At the door, Hannah placed only fingertips to paint. No shoulder-height smudge of family leaves, no push marks. The bolt sat low, stained orange at the threads, heavy. Wrong scale for a kitchen, nothing decorative about it. Who fitted that? Chris said, before he could stop himself. Well, we like things secure, Hannah said. Looks like it belongs on a yard gate, Dave said. It belongs where it is, Hannah said, with a tidy smile that closed discussion. Huseevo had retreated exactly 3 steps into the sitting room and then stopped, the way a cat stops, just beyond a reaching hand. He could have sat. He didn't. From another room, an old radio whispered a presenter far too cheerful for the hour. The set sounded like 80s plastic, beige turned yellow at the edges. Ladder, Mannering said, in case there's a drop. They went back through the street of windows, watched all the way by curtains, damp lifted off paving after a weak shower. Someone burnt toast. Under it all, a smell like wet coins in a jam jar. Back inside, Hannah hadn't moved her feet. The cat hadn't moved either. Shoes are fine, Hannah said, noticing Chris's glance towards the mat. We've mopped this morning. We, Dave said, trying for light. Myself and Mr. Huseevo, she said. He's very house-proud. On a side table, jars, each labelled in one neat hand. Buttons, picture hooks, coins, order born of time, not money. At the plain door, Hannah slid the bolt. It resisted and then yielded with a small animal growl. Cold came up the stairwell in a thin line along the floor, as if the house exhaled from low in its chest. The cat rose, stretched without the show of a yawn, and stepped down 1 tread. It did not descend further. It occupied the first step, as if that, too, belonged to it. Mannering made a show of shining his torch and narrating. Brick, clay, pipe, lintel, the language of ordinary houses. The beam ate itself 2 feet into the dark, as if light here was something you paid out of pocket. Right, Mannering said. The prelim today and return with proper runs. You'll go now, Hannah said, as bright as before. For today, Mannering said, traps tonight, bait when approved. Oh, that's sensible, she said. Chris felt the odd sensation of being marked and signed off by a teacher. The cat placed 1 paw back onto the tile and left it there, half in dark, half in light.
Chris shifted the ladder and let the wall take its weight with a low scrape. The tiles were spotless, grout bright, a job done on knees with a toothbrush. He checked the feet for grit. None. The house didn't offer purchase. Gloves, Mannering said. Latex snapped. Dave fished 2 wooden snaps from the crate, old wood and bar types that made a sound like a pencil breaking when they went. Near walls, Mannering said, half to himself. Runners hug edges. Hannah watched with tidy interest. We'd be grateful if you didn't leave anything obvious. Mr. Huseevo worries about clutter. Understood, Mannering said, as if discussing a vase. Chris crouched and angled the torch. The beam collapsed past the second step. Dust hung like silt in water. The light made a cone, and then it ended. The cool coming up wasn't outside cool. It was the working cold of a shed in February. Mineral. Old. Want me to go a couple down? Dave asked, leaning already. The voice lads used near high fences. I'll do it, but tell me not to. Hold, Mannering said. We're not insured for a fall on first survey. Magic, Dave said. Third tread, Chris said. Across the edge, not middle. They'll take the wall. Who taught you rats? How's this talk? He set the base with 2 fingers so the body wouldn't clatter when the bar came down. Who tested the play? Clean, ready. Eeshmeroosh flicked an ear. The cat's stare didn't leave the dark. 1 slow tail sweep. Still. From low in the stairwell, a drip found stone. Not regular. The kind that builds and lets go, then misses a beat and starts its count again. Dave looked at the ceiling as if to find a leak and then, realizing, looked away. Bait, Mannering said, holding the packet like a wafer. Only a touch. Chris placed a smear on the plate, sweet and wrong, the sort of smell kitchens shouldn't have. Tea? Hannah said. Oh, no thank you, Mannering said, brisk. We don't take food or drink outside. Oh, of course you don't, she said, like that proved something. Chris edged a second trap to the threshold and felt temperature change along the back of his hand, a thin line lower than the cat's shoulder where the air dropped. He set the catch and drew back a fraction slow. The bar threatened to jump. Dave flinched, even though it didn't go. What's down there? Dave said, lighter now, lift-chapped voice. Coal cellar, Hannah said. Once, storage now. We don't use it. You keep it very shut. Security? Against what? Drafts, she said. The corner of her mouth almost moved. Chris's beam brushed something further. In a rumple of sacking against stone, could have been anything. The mind wanted it to be anything. He took the light off it, then, because that felt like losing, put it back. No movement now. He listened till his own breath got in the way. Step back, Mannering said. He'd started writing again, biro dry nibbed on the pad. Mark this observation. First light tomorrow gives activity before they settle. Better read. Hannah inclined her head. the nod teachers use when a boy finally says the word as written. Eeshmeroosh stood, turned a neat half circle like a cat meaning to settle, and then not, and planted itself against Dave's shin as if making a point. "Mate," Dave told it, voice unexpectedly soft. "I don't work for you." "You'll keep doors shut," Mannering said. "Rats learn routines if there's an access we seal." "We keep doors shut," Hannah said. Mr. Huseevo had not moved, yet he was nearer. Chris hadn't seen the change. He felt it. The old man's hands hung easy, unposed. His shirt buttons sat one too high for comfort. 30 seconds, Mannering said, and, to Chris's surprise, took one tread himself. Torch close to cheek, he peered along the floor line with the concentration he reserved for invoices. The muscle in his jaw ached. No show now, just listening. After a long count, he came up neutral by force. "Right, we'll return with proper kit." Hannah slid the bolt. It seated with that low growl again, like a dog under a table. Dave inhaled a joke and let it go. At the edge of the draft, the sacking eased against itself and made that drag scrape cloth makes on dry stone. Eeshmeroosh stepped away at the same instant. The fridge seal kissed shut. "Wind," Hannah said, helpful as a guide in a museum. "Old houses breathe." "Yeah," Dave said, blinking twice slow. They tied it fast, Mannering's pen clipped onto his top pocket like ceremony. Hannah looked at Chris a fraction longer than at Dave. Not a test, a taking of measure. "You'll come early?" she said, not quite asking. "We'll notify," Mannering said. "We'll be in," she said. "We're always in." Huseevo smiled only with his mouth. In the van, Chris put the radio to static rather than risk the jingle. The street slid past like a photograph. Curtains slowed and then stilled. "Say it didn't," Chris said. "It did," Dave said at once. "The sack." "The sack." Dave lifted both hands off his knees and then set them back, like proving to himself they were steady. "That cat. The way it knew what step was its step." Chris watched the wing mirror until hedges replaced houses. He kept expecting Dave to say something daft to break the spell. Dave didn't. He breathed the way you breathe through a straw. Mannering had already entered the part of his mind wherein voices live. "We'll mark follow-up required and do a discreet return. 2 traps lower step, 1 beyond threshold if we can get purchase. I'll check the council's authorization for gels. Last memo was ambiguous." "Ambiguous," Dave said, and laughed once. The sound fell apart when it landed. The air from the open door had a way of staying on you. Not outside cold, the working cold of a garage in February, even with the door shut. Chris rubbed his hands and smelled the day on his skin. Van seats, spray, a sour line like wet nails. At the light by the co-op,
A man stepped off the curb without looking. The van's brakes did their rusty groan. The man waved an apology that didn't meet his face. Ordinary life stretched and yawned. Chris almost let it take him. You ever get the feeling a house is not empty, but not full the way you think full is? Dave said. That's called people, Chris said, but without shape. Promise me we're not going back alone, Dave said. Not just us. Not for this one. We never go back alone, Mannering said. Cheerful now. The paperwork would finish me. Chris checked the mirror at the next corner, even though nothing showed now but municipal hedge. He thought about the cat on the first step and the way it had chosen. The bolt, the neat jars, the clock that moved when it felt like it. By the main road, the van warmed enough that the seat smell stirred again. Dave cracked his window. Air slapped in sharp as nettles. The radio gave a shipping forecast, a voice that didn't belong to their county. Rats, Dave said, trying the ordinary word like a pin for the day. It's rats. Sure, Chris said, and let the forecast talk about easterlies and poor visibility. Behind them, somewhere quiet, a door existed that opened downwards. Chris put the thought away the way he'd once put away money from his mum's purse. Gently, guiltily, with the sense he'd need it later. They didn't talk until the roundabout by the tire place. Dave peeled the label from a Bars bottle that had lived in the footwell and curled the strips in his palm, like treasure. The fryer smell met them at the corner. Salt, hot fat, vinegar that didn't always reach the counter. Inside, the telly did the news with the sound off. A headline crawled about something from somewhere else. The girl at the till had a plaster on her thumb and eyeliner that made irritation her resting state. Large chips, curry on, Dave said. You? Same, Chris said, because saying anything different felt like taking a side. They ate by the bins behind the parade, where steam from the laundrette made small weather. A gull worked a chicken bone with locksmith patience. Well, so we went back, just us, Dave said, casual as vinegar. Do we go down? No, Chris said at once. You didn't even think. I did, Chris said, and pushed his carton a fraction away. Mannering stood aside and read his clipboard as if it might alter his life. He put a chip in his mouth without looking, chewed twice, swallowed like tablets. Tomorrow, he said, not to them. Early, done by 10 if we do it right. Don't say done, Dave said. Completed, Mannering said, generous. Will be completed. You think they'll be in? Dave said. They said they're always in, Chris said. Dave rubbed his palm on his jeans. Oil left a hand-shaped shadow. That smell, he said. Like nails in a jar. Oh, it's nothing, Chris said, and binned his box with chips still inside. The gull watched him the whole way, unblinking. They cut back to the van through the delivery boy's cut. Someone had written a name in the cement when wet years ago. 3 letters survived,
the lest had worn to grit. The wasp check afterwards went the way job should. Ladder up. Yes, there's a flap. Not active. Come back if it becomes anything. Tea offered. They said no. Everyone relieved. Dave told the householder God sent wasps to teach people about jam. The man laughed like someone had let him. By 4, they were in the yard, windows down. The unit next door stacked tires to the roof, warm rubber and dust got into everything. Mannering signed the sheet and made an extra copy for a file no one had ever asked to see. "Tomorrow," he said, declaring harvest. 7:30 load, 7:45 away, long sleeves. We look like professionals. We're paid like professionals. That last bit's untrue, Dave said. It is motivational, Mannering said, and went into the office where a calendar of blue water hung to the wrong month. Chris leaned on the van and looked at the sky above the roofs. High, flat cloud that promised nothing and kept it. "You staying at yours or your mum's?" Dave said. "Mine. Vic later? Maybe. You should." Claire with the fringe who, "Yeah." "You've got to start somewhere," Dave said, a philosophy he would forget when needed. Chris walked home the long way to avoid the canal, because water at night was a mirror he didn't want. Past the allotments where little grew, past the shop with pigeons on the ridge line as if reading a notice. He cut by his mum's without meaning to. Curtains open, plant on the sill still alive. He didn't knock. He didn't want to carry whatever the day had put on him through that door. At his flat, he washed his hands and, irritated with himself, washed them again. The smell lightened and stayed. He changed his shirt and left the old one over a chair, as if it had asked to be there. The room felt at a different angle, so he stood and went to the window. The shop across the road had its shutters half down, the owner always late to commit. A kid on a BMX rode past without pedaling, letting the slope do the work, arms loose, face blank. Chris watched the world until it settled into the shape he recognized. The telly gave him a quiz with answers always on the edge of the tongue. He turned it down. The quiet of his flat had regular beats. Neighbour's telly through the wall, boiler deciding itself, buses if the wind was right. At 8, he put on his jacket and went out. Claire with the fringe wasn't there. He went in anyway. Dave had colonized the fruit machine and was impersonating a man with a plan. They had 2 pints, then 3. Dave told the pigeon story better than he had in the van. The crowd laughed in the right places. Chris went to the gents, washed his hands again, as if it could make the day adjust, and on the way back, stopped by the quiz machine to read questions for a game he hadn't paid for. What is the collective noun for? He left it unread. He didn't want that knowledge. At closing, Dave tapped his shoulder. "Don't dream about cats," he said, bright, then caught his reflection in the window and looked away. Chris took the long way again. Outside his block, a fox crossed without hurry, a creature made for alleys and bins. It paused, checked he wasn't going to do anything silly, and continued.
In bed, he lay on his side and let the building speak. Neighbours' telly, boiler ticking cool, a bus somewhere, under those a rhythm that probably wasn't anything. He breathed until it matched and slept hard, the way you do when you've held yourself upright too long. He woke once near 2, dry-mouthed from the beer, and stood at the window for air. The street offered its ordinary, a taxi slow rolling, a lad in a hoodie cutting through to the main road, a porch light that came on late and went off early. His shirt over the chair held the day's smell. He put the window down and returned to bed. Telltale creak in the frame, loud in the quiet. Part 2. Chapter 7. The Binding. The van made the turn onto the estate, and Chris felt it immediately. The road didn't sit right under the tyres. Not a pothole or a patch of bad tarmac, but something in the way the vehicle moved through space, as if the street had been folded and refolded like a bit of paper, with too many creases. Dave's hands were tight on the wheel, knuckles gone the colour of old wax. "We passed that lamppost 3 times, Dave said. His voice had gone thin at the edges. Chris looked. The lamppost was ordinary, council issue, that particular shade of grey-green that belonged to the 80s and had never been updated. Someone had tied a bunch of flowers to it once, and the plastic had gone brittle and split, leaving just the wire twisted round the base, like a scar. I'd seen it when they turned in, then again at the corner. Now here it was on the left when it should have been behind them. "You're going in circles," Mannering said from the back. But there was no conviction in it. His clipboard sat on his lap, the papers ruffling in a draft that had no source. "Take the next left." Dave took the next left. The lamppost appeared ahead of them, flowers and all. "No, fuck this," Dave said, and his voice cracked on the word. "Fuck this. I'm turning round." He yanked the wheel. The van lurched, tyres squealing, and for a moment Chris thought they'd make it. Thought the street would let them go. Then the road bent, not turned, bent like a spine going the wrong way. The van straightened itself without Dave touching the wheel, and they were facing Huseevo's house. The door was open. Mannering made a small sound, not quite a word. His pen had fallen from behind his ear and landed on the clipboard, and the way it lay there looked deliberate, like something placed. "We should," he started, then stopped. His face had gone grey, the colour of the forms he'd spent his life filling in. "We should complete the inspection." "Complete the inspection," Dave repeated, flat. "Are you having a laugh?" "Protocol," Mannering said, and the word came out like he was reading it off a card. "Consent, witness completed." He blinked, slow, as if waking from something. "We have a duty of care. The householder has rights. We can't just—" "Mannering," Chris said. "Look at the street." Mannering looked. Every curtain on every window was drawn to exactly the same position. Halfway. No more, no less. The hopscotch grid on the pavement glowed faintly in the flat morning light. The number 9, so bold,
It looked wet. A child's ball sat in the middle of the road, perfectly still, despite the wind that lifted litter and moved the hanging baskets outside number 12. No one was visible. No one moved. The whole estate held itself like a theatre audience when the lights go down and the last cough has died away. "We should go in," Mannering said. "We're expected." Dave killed the engine. The silence that followed had weight to it, a pressure against the eardrums like diving too deep. Chris's door opened before he touched the handle, just swung wide with a soft click, the hinges making no sound at all. They got out. The air smelled wrong. Not bad, not obviously off, but wrong the way food smells when it's one day away from turning. Sweet and cold at the same time. The path to Huseevo's door had been swept clean, too clean. The stones looked polished, as if something had licked them. Hannah stood in the doorway. She wasn't smiling anymore. Her face had the blankness of a department store mannequin, features arranged to suggest pleasantness without committing to any actual expression. She wore the same dark dress, but now Chris could see in the fabric, not wear, but actual age. The way cloth gets when it's been kept in trunks and taken out for special occasions across decades. The hem had been turned and returned so many times, the stitching showed through. "Good morning," she said. Her voice was the same, but the music had gone out of it. She was just saying the words. "Please come in. We've been waiting." They walked up the path. Chris's legs moved without asking his permission. Beside him, Dave was breathing through his mouth, short, shallow gasps like a man trying not to be sick. Mannering clutched his clipboard and muttered under his breath. Not words, just a low, continuous sound like someone trying to remember a prayer they'd learned as a child. The threshold of the house felt like a membrane. Chris pushed through it and something gave, a resistance that popped like an eardrum equalizing. Behind them, the door swung shut. The sound it made wasn't a slam or a click. It was the sound of a bone breaking cleanly, a snap with a wet crack in the middle of it. Dave spun round and grabbed the handle. It turned uselessly in his hand, the mechanism disconnected from anything it should connect to. He pulled. The door didn't move, didn't even rattle in its frame. It had become part of the wall, a flat surface with a handle attached for decoration. "Please," Hannah said and gestured toward the kitchen. "He's waiting for you." The house had changed. The wallpaper was the same, the carpet was the same, but the proportions were wrong. The hallway stretched longer than it should, the kitchen door receding as they walked toward it. The air had thickened, each breath requiring effort, as if they were wading through something invisible. In the kitchen, Huseevo stood by the cellar door. He was looking directly at them, and his eyes had lost their vagueness, their elderly blur. They were sharp now, focused, the eyes of a young man wearing an old man's skin.
When he spoke, his voice came from somewhere deeper than his throat. "Welcome," he said, and the word contained multitudes, other voices layered beneath it, speaking in other languages, other times. "We've been preparing for you." Eeshmeroosh sat on the kitchen table, tail wrapped neatly around its paws. The cat's eyes caught the light and threw it back in a way that had nothing to do with reflection. Behind it, the clock on the wall had stopped at 3 minutes past 9. "The cellar," Hannah said. She moved past them, her feet making no sound on the linoleum. "Everything is ready." The bolt on the cellar door slid back without her touching it. The door swung open and the smell that rose from below made Chris's gorge rise. Copper and earth, and something sweet that had turned meat left too long in a warm place, but under that was something that smelled like the seconds before a thunderstorm, electricity and water, and the particular scent of air that's been charged, ready to do something it doesn't want to do. "Down," Huseevo said, not a request. Mannering went first. His foot found the top step and he descended with the motion of a man following instructions he couldn't hear. Dave followed, and Chris watched his mate's shoulders hunch and curl as he forced himself into the dark. Chris went last, and as he passed Huseevo, the old man's hand caught his wrist. The grip was cold. Not cold like winter, but cold like something that had never been warm, had never contained the possibility of warmth. Huseevo leaned close, and Chris smelled old paper and dried flowers. And underneath it all, blood. "The witness," Huseevo whispered. "Every ritual needs a witness. We're so grateful you came." The hand released him. Chris stumbled down the stairs, his heart a hammer against his ribs, his mouth tasting of rust and fear. The cellar had expanded. That was the only word for it. What had been a cramped space with a low ceiling and brick walls was now vast. The walls receding into shadows the torchlight couldn't touch. The ceiling had disappeared entirely, risen so high it became theoretical. The floor was stone, old stone, worn smooth by centuries of feet. 9 sacks lay arranged in a circle in the center of the room. They were large, rough Hessian, tied at the top with cord that looked handmade, the kind of thing someone had sat and twisted by candlelight. The sacks weren't still. They shifted, gentle movements like breathing, like something inside trying to get comfortable and failing. From one sack, hair spilled out where the cord had loosened. Dark hair, the color Tracy's had been before she'd gone blonde. From another, Chris saw fabric he recognized, a print of small flowers on cheap polyester. Mrs. Crabtree's housecoat. "Jesus Christ," Dave said, and the words fell dead in the thick air. "Jesus fucking Christ, they're alive in there." A sound came from the left, from the shadows beyond the circle. Praying, Latin, but wrong.
The words backwards, syllables reversed, the rhythm of devotion turned inside out. Chris knew the voice. Oliver. The Jehovah's Witness who knocked on doors with his briefcase, and his earnest face, and his unshakable faith in salvation. Oliver's voice said, slow and steady and completely mad. Subunurep, siton et son, akulibil des. Mannering had stopped at the bottom of the stair. His clipboard hung from his hand, papers fluttering though there was no breeze. His mouth worked soundlessly for a moment, then words came out in a rush. This isn't, I didn't, the forms were standard, the consent was properly recorded, I followed every... He looked at Hannah, who had descended behind them, her feet making no sound on the old stone. I followed protocol, I did everything correctly, consent, witness, completed, that's the process, that's how it works. Yes, Hannah said, and now she was smiling. A real smile, warm and almost maternal. You did it perfectly. Every visit, every form, every signature. You bound them to this place. You gave us what we needed. She reached out and touched his cheek, a gentle gesture that made Mannering flinch. Thank you, Mr. Mannering. Your paperwork was beautiful, meticulous. The ritual couldn't have proceeded without it. Mannering's face did something Chris had never seen a face do. It seemed to collapse inward, all the structure going out of it at once, leaving just meat and bone, and the terrible understanding that the thing you'd built your life around had been used for something you couldn't comprehend. No, he said. No, that's not... I'm pest control. I do moisture service. I file reports. I would never. But you did, Huseevo said. He had descended the stairs behind Hannah, and in the cellar's darkness, he looked taller, younger, his bald head somehow dignified rather than comic. Every inspection brought them closer, every signature added weight to the binding. You were the priest who didn't know he was consecrating the ground, and now, he gestured to the circle of sacks, to the shadows beyond. It's almost complete. Mannering looked at his clipboard. His hands were shaking so badly, the papers rattled like leaves in a wind. Consent? Consent? He whispered. Witnessed? Completed? The words had become meaningless, a child's rhyme said to ward off the dark. Dave grabbed Chris's arm, his fingers dug in hard enough to bruise. We have to run, he said. Now, up the stairs. We fucking run. He pulled Chris toward the stairs. They made it 3 steps before the air solidified around them, became something with texture and will. Chris felt it press against him, not pushing him back, but simply refusing to let him move forward. He strained against it, muscles burning, and gained nothing. Beside him, Dave screamed, not words, just a raw sound of terror and frustration. No running, Hannah said. Not yet. We need you all here for the next part. She moved to one of the sacks, the one with Tracy's hair spilling from it. She knelt and began to untie the cord with practiced fingers.
the knots coming apart as if she'd tied them 1,000 times and knew exactly how they'd undo.
A ritual has stages,
she said, working the cord loose.
the gathering, the binding, the preparation.
The sack opened, fell away like a shed skin. Inside, curled like a child in a womb, was Tracy. She was naked, her skin gone the colour of skimmed milk, marked with bruises in perfect circles, like thumbprints. Her eyes were open, but unfocused. Pupils blown so wide, the iris was just a thin ring of brown. She looked at Chris, and there was recognition there, buried deep, struggling to surface through whatever they'd given her. Her mouth moved. No sound came out, but Chris could read the shape of the word. Help.
She's been very patient,
Hannah said, stroking Tracy's hair with maternal gentleness.
haven't you, darling? Waiting for the right time, the right moon, the right witness.
She looked up at Chris, and her eyes were bright with something that might have been joy.
We need a witness for everything. Someone to see it, someone to carry it forward. That's you, Chris. You were chosen the moment you stepped through our door.
Chosen for what? Chris's voice cracked on the words. Huseevo stepped into the circle, his shadow falling across Tracy's curled form. The seed, he said simply. Planted in terror, grown in unwilling flesh. 9 months from tonight, the child will come. And the child will feed me, return me, make me young again. He touched his chest, his old man's chest. This body's wearing out. I've used it for almost 90 years. Time for a new one.
And the mother,
Hannah added, still stroking Tracy's hair,
joins the house, becomes part of it, as they all do eventually.
She gestured at the stone walls, and Chris saw what he'd missed before. Faces in the rock, pressed against it from inside, mouths open in silent screams, eyes wide and staring. The walls weren't stone. They were people, compressed, merged, made architectural.
You're fucking insane,
Dave said. His voice had gone high and tight.
You are completely mental. This isn't... You can't... We can,
Hannah said.
We have. For generations. Since we came here from the old country and found this place where the earth was thin, where the blood could seep through and feed what needed feeding. We've kept it alive. Kept him alive.
She looked at Huseevo with such love, such devotion that it was obscene.
My son, my eternal son, born and reborn, fed and renewed.
Mannering laughed. It was a terrible sound, hollow and broken. The forms, he said. The fucking forms. Consent, witness, completed. I signed my name. I witnessed it. I made it legal, made it real. He looked at his clipboard and then at Hannah.
What am I for? What do you need me for now?
Hannah's smile faded.
You are the anchor, the bureaucrat who made it official. Your death completes the binding, makes it permanent. No one will question what happened here. The council will file your reports, close the case, mark it completed.
How? Mannering asked. He wasn't even afraid anymore. He'd gone beyond fear into something colder, more resigned. How do I die? Hannah looked at Dave.
He does it,
she said.
The friend kills the priest, blood freely given by an unwilling hand. It's traditional.
Dave went rigid beside Chris. No, he said. No fucking way. I'm not, you can't make me. Huseevo raised one hand. Dave's body went stiff. Every muscle locked at once. His eyes were still his own, wide, white-ringed with terror. But nothing else moved except on command. Chris watched his mate's hand reach down, fingers closing around the heavy torch they'd brought for the inspection. The hand lifted it, testing the weight. Dave's face was a mask of horror, tears streaming down his cheeks, but his body was under possession and control.
Please,
Dave said, the only word he could force past his locked jaw.
Please, don't.
His legs walked him forward. He moved like a puppet, joints bending at wrong angles, feet dragging. Mannering watched him come. The clipboard slipped from his fingers and hit the stone floor with a flat crack. David, Mannering said. He'd found some dignity in his last moments, straightened his spine, lifted his chin. It's not your fault. You understand, it's not your doing. Dave's arm lifted. The torch rose, held steady, his face contorted, mouth pulled back from his teeth in a grimace of absolute refusal, but his body didn't obey him. It obeyed whatever force Huseevo had put into it.
I'm sorry, Dave sobbed. Christ, I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry.
The torch came down. The sound was wrong. Not a crack or a thud, but something wet and heavy. The sound of a melon splitting. Mannering's head snapped back, then forward, then back again, as Dave's arm rose and fell, rose and fell. Blood sprayed across the stone floor, splashed Dave's face. His chest made the torch handle slippery. Mannering tried to speak, managed only a wet gurgle as his jaw came unhinged. His knees buckled. He went down in stages, first kneeling, then folding sideways, then lying flat, with his head bent at an angle heads shouldn't bend. Dave hit him 17 more times. Chris counted, couldn't stop counting, each blow accompanied by Dave's screaming, a raw howl of denial and grief and horror. When Huseevo finally lowered his hand, when Dave's arm finally stopped moving, Mannering was no longer recognizable as anything that had once been human. He was just meat and bone and blood. So much blood. spreading in a dark pool that found the channels carved into the stone floor and followed them inward toward the circle.
Chapter 8. The Binding. Dave dropped the torch. It rolled away, leaving a trail of red. He stood there, hands dripping, body shaking so hard his teeth chattered. He looked at what he'd done, then at his hands, then at Chris. I didn't, he started. His voice broke. I couldn't stop. I tried to stop. I know, Chris said. His throat felt like it swallowed broken glass. I know, mate. Hannah clapped her hands, a light, delicate sound completely at odds with the carnage at their feet. Good, she said. The anchor is set. Now. She looked at Dave with something almost like pity. You can go. The witness has served his purpose. You'll carry the story. Tell whoever you like. They won't believe you. Huseevo gestured and the air that had held them released. Dave staggered backward, caught himself against the wall. His hand came away, wet. The wall was weeping, some dark moisture seeping from between the stones. Go, Hannah said. Up the stairs, out the door. Run as far as you like. Dave looked at Chris. His face was the face of a man who'd looked into something he wasn't built to see, and had broken in ways that wouldn't show for years. Chris, he said. Mate. Go, Chris said. Just fucking go. Dave ran. His feet slipped in Mannering's blood and he went down on one knee, caught himself, kept going. He took the stairs 3 at a time, his breath coming in hitching sobs. Chris watched him reach the top, saw him hesitate at the threshold. Eeshmeroosh sat there watching. The cat's tail moved once. Slow, certain sweep. Then it stepped aside. Dave vanished into the house above. They heard his footsteps running. The front door opened. Chris heard the latch click. Then, silence. Chris was alone in the cellar with Hannah, Huseevo, Tracy, and the sacs that breathed their slow, patient breaths. Now, Hannah said. She moved to Tracy and lifted her, cradled her like a child despite the fact that Tracy was a grown woman, 23 years old, someone's daughter, someone's friend. The seed. She laid Tracy on the stone floor inside the circle. The blood from Mannering's body had reached the edge and stopped there, pooling against an invisible barrier. Hannah began to clean Tracy with ritualistic care. Folding white cotton she used each time it produced dirt on the white. Eventually, setting it aside. Tracy didn't resist, couldn't resist. Whatever they'd given her had left her conscious, but paralyzed, aware, but unable to act. Then Hannah turned to Chris. Your clothes, she said. Remove them. Chris's body moved without asking permission. His hands went to his jacket, peeled it off, dropped it. His hands found the buttons of his shirt,
and worked them loose one by one. He wanted to stop, willed himself to stop. Nothing happened. His body had been taken from him, made into something that followed orders from somewhere outside himself. He stripped down to his skin. The cellar's cold air raised goose skin on his arms, his chest, his legs. He stood naked in the circle, and Hannah looked at him with the clinical assessment of a farmer examining livestock.
Strong, she said. Young, healthy. The seed will take. 9 months from tonight, the child will come.
She moved to him, put her hand on his chest. Her palm was cold, impossibly cold, and where she touched him, his skin went numb.
You'll do this because you have no choice. And when it's done, you'll leave. You'll go back to your life. And in 9 months, you'll come back. Because you'll need to know. You'll need to see.
She positioned him above Tracy. His knees touched the stone, one on either side of Tracy's hips. Tracy looked up at him, and in her eyes he saw everything she couldn't say. The terror, the violation, the knowledge of what was about to happen, and the absolute inability to stop it.
I'm sorry, Chris whispered. Tracy, I'm sorry.
Her mouth moved, forming words no sound would carry. Not your fault. Hannah began to chant. The language was old, guttural, full of sounds that caught in the throat and twisted there. Hungarian maybe, or something older than Hungarian, something that predated the language people spoke in cities with names. The chant built in rhythm, a pulse that matched Chris's heartbeat, that made his blood move faster, that reached down into him and pulled at something primal and unwanted. His body responded. He felt it happening, felt the physical mechanics engage despite his revulsion, despite the screaming refusal in his mind. His hands moved to Tracy's thighs, spread them. His hips settled between them. Tracy's eyes squeezed shut, tears tracking sideways, falling into her hair. From the darkness beyond the circle, Oliver's reversed prayer grew louder, a mad counterpoint to Hannah's chant. Amen. Chris entered her. The violation was absolute, a desecration of everything human, everything decent. Tracy's body was there but not willing, present but not participating. Her tears came faster, silent, and Chris's own tears joined them, dropping onto her collarbone, her shoulder. His body moved machine-like, driven by Huseevo's power, by Hannah's chant, by whatever ancient horror they'd awakened in this cellar. He tried to think of something else, tried to remove himself from what was happening, but Hannah wouldn't allow it. A chant reached into his mind and forced him to be present, to feel every moment, to be fully conscious of what he was being made to do. This was part of the ritual, the awareness, the unwillingness, the terror. The seed had to be planted in horror. That was what gave it power. Tracy's hands moved just slightly, her paralysis breaking for a fraction of a second. Her fingers found his wrists and squeezed, not pushing him away, but holding on. And in that grip, Chris felt her trying to tell him something.
I know you don't want this. I know you're trapped too.
The pressure built in him, the physical inevitability he couldn't stop. His body was going to complete what it had been forced to start, and there was nothing he could do. Hannah's chant reached a crescendo, voice rising, and the walls of the cellar seemed to pulse in time with it, the faces in the stone opening their mouths in silent screams. The release was agony, a tearing sensation like something being ripped out of him at the root. He felt it leave him, felt whatever they were taking travel down through his body and into Tracy's, felt the moment of connection when the ritual's purpose was fulfilled. The cellar shuddered. The chalk circle flared with light that had no source, a cold, blue radiance that seared his eyes. He collapsed off her, rolled to the side, his body no longer his to control. He lay on the cold stone, curled into himself, shaking with sobs he couldn't suppress. Beside him, Tracy wept silently, her hands pressed to her belly. Hannah smiled. "It's done," she said. She sounded satisfied, maternal, as if she'd just witnessed something beautiful rather than an act of profound violation. "The seed is planted. 9 months from tonight, the child will come, and when it comes..." The dark midwife looked at Huseevo, who had been standing motionless throughout, watching with those sharp, knowing eyes. "He will feed." Huseevo was already changing. Chris could see it happening, a subtle shift in the skin, the flesh beneath it moving like water. He was getting younger, the lines smoothing, the age spots fading. In 9 months, when the child was born, when it was sacrificed, he would be young again, ready to start another cycle. Tracy was lifted by invisible hands, drawn back into her sack. The hessian closed around her like a cocoon, the cord tying itself in knots that would hold for 9 months. Chris heard her muffled crying from inside, heard her trying to scream and failing, the sound swallowed by the thick fabric. "You could go now," Hannah said to Chris. She picked up his clothes and handed them to him, each piece folded neatly. "The witness has done his work. Go back to your life. Tell no one. They won't believe you anyway. But in 9 months you'll receive a letter, just an address and a date. And you'll come back." Her smile was gentle, almost kind. "You'll need to see her. You'll need to know what happened to the child. That curiosity will eat at you. And when you come back..." She leaned close, her breath cold against his ear. "We'll be waiting." Chris, dressed with shaking hands, his clothes felt wrong against his skin, contaminated by what they'd witnessed, what they'd been part of. When he was dressed, the force that had held him released. He could move again, could walk. He stumbled toward the stairs. Behind him, Hannah had returned to the center of the circle. The dinner table was there now. Chris didn't know when it had appeared, didn't question it. The table was set with fine china, crystal glasses, candles in silver holders. Huseevo sat at one end, Hannah at the other. Between them, on a platter, sat something that looked like meat, but steamed with cold instead of heat, frost forming on its surface. Hannah raised her glass.
To the blood, she said.
To the blood that binds, Huseevo replied, his voice younger now, clearer. They drank. The liquid in their glasses was dark, vicious, moving slowly like cold, black honey. Chris ran. Up the stairs, through the kitchen, where Eeshmeroosh sat on the table watching him with those ancient eyes. Through the hallway, where the wallpaper had changed, where the pattern was now something else, something that hurt to look at directly, to the front door, which opened before he touched it. The street outside was normal, completely impossibly normal. The hopscotch grid was just faded chalk, the number 9 barely visible, the milk float hummed past, the driver raising a hand in greeting. The boy at number 14 was kicking his ball against the wall, a steady rhythm, thud, thud, thud. The woman with the housecoat was watering her hanging baskets, the water making dark patches on the pavement below. Dave was sitting in the van. He was rocking back and forth, his hands still covered in Mannering's blood, his eyes vacant. When Chris opened the door, Dave didn't react, didn't even look at him.
Dave,
Chris said. His voice came out broken, just a whisper.
Mate, we need to go.
Dave kept rocking. His mouth moved, forming words that came out in a whisper.
Witness completed.
Chris drove. He didn't remember starting the engine, didn't remember pulling away from the curb, but suddenly they were moving. The estate receding behind them, the normal city appearing around them like a stage set, rolling into place. He drove to the hospital, parked in the A&E bay, got out, went round to Dave's side, opened the door.
Come on, he said. How do you get?
Dave got out mechanically, his movements puppet-like. Chris led him to the entrance, sat him down in the waiting area. A nurse approached, saw the blood, the vacant eyes, and started asking questions. Chris answered them in a voice that didn't sound like his own. Found the man in the street, covered in blood, doesn't speak, needs help. He left before they could ask more, drove home, parked outside his flat, and sat there for 10 minutes, unable to make himself move. When he finally got out, his legs barely held him. Inside, he went straight to the shower, turned it on as hot as it would go, stripped off his clothes and threw them in the corner, stepped under the spray. The water scalded him, turned his skin red, but he couldn't feel clean. He scrubbed until his skin was raw, used up an entire bar of soap, washed his hair 3 times. Nothing helped. He could still feel it. The cellar's cold, Tracy's tears, the violation that had been forced through him like a blade. He got out, eventually, dried off, put on clean clothes, found he couldn't stay in the flat. The walls were too close, the air too thick. He went out, walked aimlessly through streets he didn't recognize, past shops and cafes and people living their ordinary lives. He wanted to scream at them, wanted to grab them and make them understand that the world wasn't what they thought it was, that there were horrors operating just beneath the surface, that bureaucracy and ritual could bind you into something monstrous without your consent. But he didn't. He just walked. Eventually his feet took him back to the flat. He lay down on his bed, still dressed, and stared at the ceiling. Sleep didn't come. He just lay there, seeing Tracy's eyes, hearing Hannah's chant, feeling the moment of completion over and over in an endless loop. 9 months. 9 months. And he'd get a letter.
Chapter 9. The 10th mark. Months passed. Chris went to work. Not pest control. He couldn't face that. But a job in a warehouse, stacking boxes, moving pallets. Simple, physical work that didn't require thought. He avoided the estate, avoided anywhere that might remind him of what happened. He tried to forget. But at night, in his dreams, he was back in the cellar, back in the circle, back inside Tracy, while Hannah chanted and Huseevo watched, and the walls wept with the faces of the consumed. He went to visit Dave once. The hospital was out past the ring road, a Victorian building that had been converted into a psychiatric facility. Dave was in a ward for acute cases, patients who couldn't care for themselves. Chris signed in at reception, followed a nurse through locked doors, buzzers, corridors that smelled of disinfectant and despair. Dave sat in a day room, rocking gently in a plastic chair. He'd lost weight, his cheeks hollow, his eyes sunk into dark circles. His hands were wrapped in bandages. He tried to scrub Mannering's blood off so hard, he'd taken the skin off his palms, down to the meat. Dave, Chris said, sitting down beside him. It's me, Chris. Dave kept rocking. His lips moved, forming the same words over and over. Consent. Witnessed. Completed consent. Witness. Completed. Chris tried for 20 minutes. Talking about nothing, about everything, about the things they'd done before the cellar. Dave didn't respond, didn't even look at him. He was gone, trapped somewhere inside himself where the horror couldn't reach him. Chris left. He didn't go back. The letter came on a Tuesday morning in late spring. 9 months to the day since the cellar. It dropped through his letterbox while he was making tea, a plain white envelope with no return address. Inside, a single piece of paper, an address, Huseevo's address, and a date. Today's date. No message, no explanation, just the assumption that he'd come. He should have burned it, should have packed a bag and left the city, left the country, put as much distance between himself and that house as possible. Instead, he got dressed, put on his jacket, walked out of the flat. The bus took him to the estate. He got off 2 stops earlier and walked the rest of the way, approaching slowly, giving himself chances to turn back. He didn't take them. His feet kept moving, carrying him forward through the streets that looked exactly as they had 9 months ago, past the same houses, with the same curtains, in the same position. The hopscotch grid on the pavement had been redrawn. Fresh chalk, white as bone. The numbers ran from 1 to 10 now. Perfect, precise, each digit exactly the same size as the others. The 10 was directly in front of Huseevo's door. Chris stood at the edge of the grid and looked at the house. The curtains were open. Light glowed warm in the front room. He could see shapes moving inside, shadows against the walls. Normal, domestic, as if the house were any house on any street where ordinary people lived ordinary lives. He knew better. His feet moved before he decided to move them, up the path, swept clean, stone polished, to the door. He raised his hand to knock. The door opened. Hannah stood there, and she hadn't aged a day. Same dark dress, same placid face, same maternal smile, but in her arms, wrapped in a white blanket, was an infant. The baby was tiny, red-faced, squirming slightly in its wrappings. Dark hair, fine as cobweb, covered its skull. His eyes were closed, the lids translucent, veined with blue. It made a small sound, not quite a cry, more a mewl of discomfort or hunger. "Chris," Hannah said warmly, as if he were an old friend dropping by for tea. "How wonderful that you came. Would you like to meet your daughter?" The world tilted. Chris grabbed the doorframe to keep from falling. Your daughter," Hannah confirmed. She adjusted the blanket, exposing the baby's face more fully. "Born this morning, just before dawn. Healthy, strong. Tracy did very well considering." "Where is she?" The words came out strangled. "Where's Tracy?" "Resting," Hannah said. "The birth was difficult." "These things always are." She smiled down at the baby with genuine affection. The look a grandmother might give, but the child is perfect. Everything we needed. Behind her, deeper in the house, Chris heard movement. Footsteps on stairs, a door opening and closing, and then Huseevo appeared in the hallway. But it wasn't Huseevo. Not the old man Chris had met 9 months ago. This Huseevo was young, 16, maybe 17, at most. Smooth skin, bright eyes, the awkward grace of adolescence. He wore the same sort of clothes, button shirt, pressed trousers, but they fit differently on the younger body. He looked at Chris with recognition and something that might have been gratitude. "Ah, the witness returns," he said, and his voice had the crack and waver of a boy's voice breaking. "Right on time. What did you do to her?" Chris demanded. He was shaking, hands clenched into fists at his sides. "What did you do to Tracy?" "Kept her safe," Hannah said. "Fed her, cared for her, made sure the child grew properly." She looked at the baby in her arms. "And now the child is here. And soon." She glanced back at Huseevo with that same devoted look. "Soon he'll feed." "You're going to kill it," Chris said. The horror of it settled over him like a weight. "You're going to kill that baby." "Not kill," Huseevo corrected. He moved closer, his younger face animated with something like excitement. "Transform. The child's life becomes mine. The blood, the flesh, the potential, all of it flows into me. I become young again. The cycle continues." He spread his hands. "It's not death. It's transubstantiation. The child doesn't die. It becomes me." "That's insane," Chris said. "You're both completely fucking insane." "We're practical," Hannah said calmly. "We've survived for centuries by being practical, by understanding how the old ways work. Now blood calls to blood, how life can be moved from one vessel to another." She kissed the baby's forehead, a gesture that made Chris's stomach turn. "And Tracy, she'll join the house, like all the mothers do before her. She'll be part of the foundation. She won't suffer. She'll simply be." "I want to see her," Chris said. "I want to see Tracy." Hannah considered this, then nodded. "Of course. A last visit. That's traditional." She stepped back, gesturing for him to enter. "Come in. She's downstairs." Every instinct Chris had screamed at him to run, to turn and bolt down the path through the estate, away from this nightmare. But he couldn't. Tracy was in there, and maybe some small, desperate part of him thought maybe there was still time to stop this, to save her, to save the child. He stepped over the threshold. The house closed around him like a mouth. Eeshmeroosh was sitting on the hall table, exactly where it had been 9 months ago. The cat watched him pass with those golden, knowing eyes. Its tail moved once, a slow sweep, marking time. Hannah led him through to the kitchen. The cellar door stood open, light spilling up from below. Not the harsh industrial light they'd brought, but soft, warm illumination like candlelight. The smell that rose from the cellar was different now, Not copper and rot, but something almost sweet. Incense, maybe. And underneath, the iron of fresh blood.
She's down there, Hannah said.
You can say goodbye, but don't be long. The ritual begins at moonrise. She handed him the baby. Hold her while you visit. She should know her father, even if only for a moment. Chris took the child instinctively, arms forming the cradle shape before his brain caught up. The baby was warm against his chest, lighter than he'd expected. She, his daughter, his daughter, made a small sound and settled against him. He looked down at her face and saw Tracy there, in the shape of the nose, the curve of the chin, and himself too, perhaps in the set of the eyes. 5 minutes, Hannah said. Then you leave, or you stay and become part of it. Your choice. Chris descended the stairs. The baby slept in his arms, oblivious to where she was. What was waiting for her? Each step took him deeper into the warmth, the light, the sweet, sick smell. The cellar had been transformed. Where before there had been rough stone and shadows, now there were candles, hundreds of them, set in niches in the walls. On the floor, suspended somehow, in mid-air. The light they cast was golden, almost holy. The chalk circle had been redrawn, expanded, the lines glowing faintly, and in the center, on a bed made of clean white sheets and pillows, lay Tracy. She was awake. She looked at him as he approached, and her eyes were clear, for the first time in 9 months. Whatever they'd been giving her was gone, worn off. She was fully present, fully aware, and she was dying. Chris could see it in the grey pallor of her skin, the way her breath came shallow and fast, the blood soaking through the sheets beneath her. Too much blood. The birth had torn something inside her that couldn't be repaired. Chris, she whispered. Her voice was barely there, air shaped into sound. You came. He knelt beside her, the baby still in his arms. I'm here. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Tracy. I'm so fucking sorry. Not your fault. She managed a small smile. Never was. Her eyes found the baby. She's beautiful. She's ours, Chris said, and the word caught in his throat. Tracy. She's ours and they're going to... I know. Tracy's hand moved, fingers reaching for the baby's. The infant's tiny fist closed around her mother's finger, gripping with instinctive strength. I've known since she started growing. They told me every day what she's for, what happened next. Tears ran down Chris's face, hot and shameful. I'll stop them. I'll take her and run. You can't. Tracy's grip tightened on the baby's hand. The circle's already drawn. The binding's complete. If you run, they'll find you. If you fight, they'll kill you. If you try to break it... She coughed, blood flecking her lips. The house will take you.
like it's taking me.
Chris looked at the walls. The faces were still there, pressed against the stone from inside, but there were gaps now, spaces between them, waiting. And Tracy's face was already starting to blur at the edges, her features becoming indistinct as if she were being erased from the world, one detail at a time. "Please," he said. There has to be something. Some way to..." "Listen," Tracy said urgently, her eyes locked on his, fierce despite the weakness in her body. "You can't save me. I'm already gone. But her..." She touched the baby's cheek with one finger, a last gesture of tenderness. "Give her a name. Right now. Make her real. Make her yours. They can take her body, but if you give her a name, if you claim her, something of her stays." "I don't understand." "Just do it." Blood bubbled at the corner of her mouth. "Name her. Say it out loud. Make it real." Chris looked down at the baby in his arms. She was awake now, dark eyes open and staring up at him with that unfocused, newborn gaze. He thought of all the names he'd ever liked, names he thought about in idle moments, names that belonged to people who'd lived full lives in the normal world. "Sarah," he said. The name came without thinking. "Her name is Sarah." The baby blinked. Something passed across her features. Recognition, maybe, or the simple acknowledgement of being called. In his arms, she felt suddenly more solid, more real, as if the name had given her weight in the world. Tracy smiled. "Sarah," she repeated. "That's lovely." Her hand fell away from the baby's, too weak to hold on longer. "Tell her, when she's old enough to understand, tell her I wanted better for her. Tell her I'm sorry." "Tracy." Her eyes were closing. "Go now, before they come down, before moonrise. You can't stop it, but you can remember. You can carry it." Her voice was fading, each word fainter than the last. "That's what witnesses do. They carry it forward." The light in the cellar shifted. The candles flickered in unison, as if a breath had passed over them. From above, Chris heard movement, footsteps. Hannah and Huseevo descending. He stood, Sarah still in his arms. Tracy's eyes were closed now, her breathing so shallow it barely moved her chest. He wanted to stay, to be there at the end. But he knew if he didn't leave now, he'd become part of whatever was about to happen. "I'm sorry," he whispered one last time. "I'm so sorry." He turned and climbed the stairs, met Hannah and Huseevo halfway up. Hannah reached for the baby, and Chris's arms tightened instinctively around her. "Her name is Sarah," he said. "She has a name. She's a person, not just..." "I know," Hannah said gently. "And that's lovely. But it doesn't change what must happen." She took the baby from his arms with the ease of long practice. You should go now. The ritual isn't for you to see. She's my daughter, Chris said. The words felt absurd, even as he said them. He'd been with Tracy once, forced into her by magic and horror. But somehow the connection was real. The tiny life in that blanket was his, and he was being made to give her up to something monstrous. She's a vessel, Huseevo said. His young face was serene, expectant. A gift. A necessary sacrifice. He looked at the baby with something like tenderness. I'll honor her. She'll live on in me. That's more than most people get. Chris wanted to hit him, wanted to grab the baby and run, wanted to burn this house to the ground and everything in it. But his body wouldn't move. The force that held him before was back, gentle but implacable, turning him toward the stairs that led up. Go, Hannah said. Live your life. Forget if you can. The circle is complete. The binding is sealed. You were the witness. And now you're released. His feet carried him up through the kitchen, through the hallway, to the front door, which opened without him touching it again. He stood on the threshold, looking back into the house's warm, lit interior. From the cellar below he heard a chanting begin. Hannah's voice, speaking words that predated English, that predated civilization itself. He stepped out. The door closed behind him with a soft, final click. The street was quiet. The estate settled into evening. Lights coming on in windows. The smell of dinners cooking drifting on the air. Ordinary life, continuing, as if nothing were wrong, as if horror wasn't being enacted just behind that clean, green door. Chris walked, put one foot in front of the other, moving without direction or purpose. His arms felt empty without the baby's weight. His chest felt hollow, scooped out. He walked until he reached the main road, where buses ran and people hurried home from work, and the normal world reasserted itself through sheer weight of numbers. He never went back to the estate. Never tried to find out what happened that night at moonrise. He knew. He'd always known. The ritual had succeeded. Huseevo had fed. Tracy had joined the house. And Sarah, his daughter, named and real for one brief moment, had been transformed into something else. Her brief life consumed to give an old evil another century of existence. He moved to a small, quiet market town, found new work, tried to build a life that didn't include cellars and chalk circles and the faces of the consumed pressed into stone walls. Some days, he almost succeeded. He'd go hours without thinking about it, without feeling the ghost weight of the baby in his arms, or seeing Tracy's dying eyes. But at night, in his dreams, he was back in that cellar, back in the circle, and sometimes he'd wake with the echo of Hannah's chant in his ears and the smell of incense and blood in his nostrils, and he'd know that somewhere in a house on the estate he'd never see again. The cycle continued. 9 sacks full, 9 victims consumed, the 10th drawn in fresh chalk on the pavement, waiting for the next witness, the next fool who'd sign the wrong form, accept the wrong invitation, walk through the wrong door. The blood that binds, the blood that never stops binding. He carried it forward